Alright, so today our objective is, with somewhat slow pace, I'm going to be doing my due diligence and experimenting with some removal spells in green-white enchantments. Messed around with what I thought was likely to be the biggest impact. I decided ultimately that I wanted flash removal because of the way that Rite of Harmony tends to draw cards at the end of turn, and how that tends to oftentimes leave you with excess mana to play a card that you draw at the end of turn, which is valuable on a Rite of Harmony turn. So it's a choice between Prayer of Binding or the domain removal spell, whose name I don't remember, that if you hit a Triome does cost less than Prayer of Binding, but in scenarios where you haven't found a Triome, Prayer of Binding gains life, and it's guaranteed to cost 4 instead of sometimes costing 5, which is unlikely, but Overgrown Farmlands, Boseiju, and Eiganjo. I have had scenarios where I had 4 mana and none of it, or rather only one of it was a basic, or was all one kind of basic. Like, it's not too unusual that you get something like 2 Overgrown Farmlands and a Plains and no forests on turn 4. But for the most part, we're going to be exploring whether or not these are actually worth it or do anything at all. I have opinions. I'm going to be setting them aside in the interest of trying to be objective. And I suppose this is probably as good a time as any to kind of go over what I'm going to try to make the underlying theme of today's stream, stream. We'll call it that. And that is that I kind of want to focus on what makes green-white enchantments lose. And the reason that I think this is sort of an interesting deck to view through that lens is that I think that the things that makes green-white lose are rather more specific than most decks, and tend to be... I guess maybe it's that this deck feels to me a lot more like a combo deck, in that what causes it to lose are very often its own shortcomings internally, rendering it non-functional, rather than something external that other decks are doing to it. Which is to say, you can end up with this deck, built as it is around Rite of Harmony, kind of not functioning super well when you don't find Rite of Harmony. And so I think it's worth keeping in mind with this deck, how do we build it to be resilient so that it functions when there is no Rite of Harmony. You can also lose because you have lots of Rite of Harmonies, but nothing to play. You can also lose because you have Hallowed Hauntings and nothing to trigger them. Lots of things like that. Lots of combinations of cards in this deck that result in something non-functional happening. And my general opinion about the deck is that I think that it is most rewarded by making card choices that mitigate those internal non-functional draws, rather than by answering your opponent's stuff. But we'll find out. To that extent, the Prayer of Binding is a card that doesn't really synergize with Rite of Harmony directly super well. Most removal doesn't, just because you're not... What's the best way to describe it? You're not suspending effects that make more creatures or flip enchantments to trigger Rite of Harmony on future turns. So the removal spells just don't combo with Rite of Harmony well in that respect. They also don't... They cost a lot of mana and only ever really trigger one thing. And they don't help find Rite of Harmony. They don't help trigger Rite of Harmony multiple times, like Hallowed Haunting. And so that's kind of one concern in that respect. The other concern is I'm not actually sure I like Katilda as much as I was expecting. Katilda was originally included in the deck because another way that this deck loses is this deck can get very far behind in a world where it doesn't have a 2-drop. If the opponent's just doing something aggressive and you don't have a 2-drop, you actually have a pretty tough time clawing back tempo, because your 3-drops, Wedding Announcement, Restoration, Katilda, none of them really recover tempo super efficiently. This deck is all about, with the exception of like Jukai Naturalist and Teachings of the Kirin, losing tempo on the first couple of times and then explosively catching it back up, which means if you don't play a 2-drop, you're probably going to be in a lot of trouble a lot of the time, and Katilda is a way to have more 2-drops, but I was expecting the synergy with Jukai Naturalist and Azusa's Mini Journeys and Wedding Announcement to result in a much more explosive growth in mana, and I've found that that just hasn't been relevant very often, and I also thought that the ability would result in really powerful mana sinks that gave us something to do when we don't find Rite of Harmony, and that just also hasn't materialized as much as I was expecting. But it's probably worth continuing to try that out and see how it plays more. Could just be variance in small sample sizes. But with that said, let's go. I didn't mean you can. You can hang out. Oh. It's weird. Alright, so here we have a hand that has good mana, no 2-drop, a 3-drop, and a 4-drop. We're on the draw, which means we get 2 draws at a 2-drop. So this is an example of what I mean, in that this deck sometimes just loses to itself by not having a 2-drop, because this hand has no capacity to do anything if the opponent is slightly aggressive. If the opponent plays a 2-drop attacker into a 3-drop attacker, we're probably going to die. If the opponent plays a Fable of the Mirrorbreaker, we are probably going to die. Although, to be fair, Fable of the Mirrorbreaker is one of this deck's unique weaknesses. It is just like nearly incapable of actually handling a Fable of the Mirrorbreaker. Unless it's on the play specifically, and plays a 2-drop on turn 2. Everything else is just too slow and doesn't actually put anything out. I think I have to mulligan this. I don't think I can keep that on the draw. I think this hand is considerably better. We actually get a 2-drop. We actually get the opponent not doing anything. So in Esper, it is typically, in my experience, more likely that they play Spell Pierce as a 1-mana spell than Cut Down. It's not always going to be the case, but more versions lately have been on no cut downs and like 4 copies of Defeat Evil, and that their 1-drop removal is primarily Spell Pierce. So in that situation, I've generally started to move towards playing out Jukai Naturalist than Teachings of the Kirin. But looks like opponent is not updated in that sense yet. Losing to Fable seems like a pretty big issue in this meta. I agree. That is one of the concerns I have about this deck in general. So again, throwing out Wedding Announcement into Spell Pierce would be pretty annoying. Throwing down Katilda into Cut Down wouldn't be very annoying. I think I just play out Katilda here. They don't have the second Cut Down. Okay, 4-color stuff? Graveyard Trespasser. Okay, that's not a card we care about very much. Would like to draw an untapped land, fail to. That's fine. Could grow our Katilda bigger by playing Teachings of the Kirin, but mana efficiency is nice. Streams this week will probably be tuning for the qualifier and also figuring out what I want to play for the qualifier. Yeah. There's a Sheoldred, which isn't a card we actually care about too much. Prayer of Binding helps, but also just having an active Katilda tends to mean we care about Sheoldred a lot less. I could trade off this 1/1 to gain some life, but I think my life is high enough that I don't need to do that. Immediately rewarded by a card that makes me happy to have humans around. Play Teachings of the Kirin, pump Katilda by 2, continue swinging. So this is the point at which, if the opponent has a Meat Hook Massacre, we will probably lose. Reckoner Bankbuster, however, is not a scary card in the slightest. Sweet. Alright, that is a deeply good sign. So at this point, blocking with anything either loses us mana or shrinks the Katilda. But if we block the Shieldred, we gain 4 life. We only lose 1 life gain by blocking with the Spirit. I'm going to have 6 mana. I get to play Hallowed Haunting, Teachings of the Kirin, which, having the Spirit around, also results in a larger Hallowed Haunting token. Oh, no, that's a good point. Pro Werewolf is free. Good heads up. And that, I think, definitely makes me not care about the damage that I'm taking from Shieldred. Ooh, Rite of Harmony, huh? Probably supposed to kill the Shieldred before we Rite of Harmony. But I don't think we're doing any of that this turn. I think I just want to grow Katilda real big and attack for a lot. Didn't put the counter on the Katilda, even though the counter would have lifelink that way, because my opponent kind of has to kill this Katilda in order to not lose this game. So I'd rather the counter be split up somewhere else for me to put the Katilda on. I guess no, because they've got a Graveyard Trespasser, so in all likelihood, if they kill Katilda, they exile the Katilda with Graveyard Trespasser. Invoke Despair. Ooh, it's been a while since somebody played that against me. That's like the card that this deck is designed to beat. Well, let's see. Let's just keep the Katilda as large as possible. So we're going to sack a human, I guess. But I want mana. Let's be realistic. I'm not going to block with this 2/2, right? So opponent's going to draw 1 card, go up to 13 life. I'm going to shrink my Katilda by 2. Okay, yeah. They can concede while I'm thinking about it. I'm pretty sure I just had a way to definitively have lethal there. I just needed to puzzle it out. So, let's take stock. We had Prayer of Binding in our hand. Opponent played a Katilda on curve. We completely ignored played Shieldred on curve. We completely ignored the Shieldred and never played the Prayer of Binding because it was too expensive, and just doing our thing and completely ignoring the Shieldred was much more effective than playing the removal spell for the Shieldred. I gotta be honest, that's kind of what I expected. But we will not always have the Katilda, so we cannot be completely sure. Now let's see. Out of Grixis with Invoke Despair, I am a little concerned about Prayer of Binding as removal against anything that has access to Destroy Evil, but Destroy Evil is generally just pretty good against us regardless, so maybe that's not the biggest concern. I don't know whether they're playing Destroy Evil with Rafine's Tower. That might just be a dual land that's blue-black for them. But there are times where I wouldn't mind cutting the Prayer of Binding for Destroy Evil so that enchantment removal wasn't necessarily as scary. They are playing a lot of red, which means they could be playing Fable of the Mirror Breaker, and if I'm going to be on the draw, Fable of the Mirror Breaker actually concerns me. To that extent, I'm coming around on the idea that maybe I'm supposed to play Anointed Peacekeeper, even though it doesn't have a lot of synergy, specifically on the draw against decks with Fable, because it's one of the only things that you can actually play on turn 3 that eats the Fable token. They still get to draw with it, but... or they still get to make a treasure with it, rather. But they lose the Fable token, which is kind of nice. and you get to interact with whatever their other play was going to be. This is fine. We have an Azusa's Many Journeys, which if we draw a third land is really good with Restoration of Eiganjo. We do not draw the third land, which makes this more of a concern. So, opponent demonstrated Cut Down, could have a counter spell. I think I play Jukai Naturalist, because if we miss our land drop and they don't have a removal spell, the highest reward scenario for us is to play Restoration of Eiganjo next turn. And if we do hit the land drop and they do kill the Naturalist, then having Naturalist in the graveyard for Restoration of Eiganjo is pretty strong anyway. The downside here being that I can't actually do anything with this 1 extra mana because it is not green mana, but not missing the land drop sounds like a good idea. Just curious what you'd think of running Fable yourself in this deck. So I tried that before. Part of the idea is supposed to be that the that the looting effect is really desirable, and it is. The looting effect is actually what this deck is probably the most excited about. The problem I ran into when trying to play Fable was that I was making it a lot harder to play 2-drops on curve, which I think this deck is deeply reliant on. And the other 2 portions of Fable of the Mirrorbreaker I thought were very weak in this deck. Because you don't have any kind of proactive removal, for the most part it's very difficult to ever get a turn where you attack with the Goblin Shaman and don't just have it die, like, for free. And I did not find myself ever really caring about what I was copying with the Fable token, or with the Kiki-Jiki, unless it was other Kiki-Jikis. And it just... nothing felt super worth it there to me. I'm trying to think if it's worth Rite of Harmonying here. And I don't think it is, but I do think it's worth getting back this Teachings. We mill Rite of Harmony, but no creatures, which is nice for the Graveyard Trespasser not doing bonus damage. Then we are probably... I don't know if I want to play Hallowed Haunting and get that countered here. I'm probably going to get whatever I do no matter what countered here, though. I think I kind of have to play Hallowed Haunting, since I'm going to lose the Jukai Naturalist next turn anyway. We have to attack with the Naturalist here, and they will probably block with the Harvester, but if I don't attack with the Naturalist here, they just have that same choice to sacrifice the Harvester to kill our 2/2 next turn, except in that case, I'm not even gaining the 2 life. They go for the extra damage by removing the creature, which works because I don't have the capacity to do anything meaningful by flashing back this Rite of Harmony here anyway. There's the Sheoldred, and our concerns on the mana front are still pretty significant. Kind of just feel forced to play out Katilda here to start threatening to gain life. Which is going to be a significant problem if they have a way to kill that Katilda. But given them on the back foot from having missed a land drop and from being on the draw, I think just taking gambles is necessary at this point. No good attacks for the opponent is a delightful sign. Can't really attack meaningfully here. Opponent only has a single mana, which means they might have Spell Pierce. I could play Anointed Peacekeeper, which doesn't result in our Katilda getting bigger. If we play Wedding Announcement, it does, and starts that flipping. Second Spell Pierce is pretty unlikely, though, so I think I still just play into it and play Wedding Announcement. Second Spell Pierce. Okay, well. Can't do much other than say that that was not likely, and that I would make that choice again. 2 opportunities to loot for the opponent. Still missed that land drop. Opponent loots away nothing. They loot away nothing, but they didn't have a removal spell for the Katilda last turn? Is that to say that they just found a removal spell then? Attacks with the 2/2, but not the Trespasser. So if this is Meat Hook, then any blocks let them wipe my board with a Meat Hook for 2. No blocks let them keep a Goblin Shaman around, which is also a problem. Am I allowed to attempt to beat Meat Hook? I suppose if I block with the 2/2, then Meat Hook for 2 kills Katilda, but not Architect. And if I hit an untapped land, I can put the Katilda on the Architect, which gives me a chance. They just had Infernal Grasp. That actually doesn't make their attack make any sense at all. Alright, we do hit the untapped land. We have to play Katilda before they can attack with Graveyard Trespasser. Third Spell Pierce. That's moderately insane, but okay. I suppose we'll know to play around that next game. And at this point, I don't really have any answers to the Shieldred because they've answered everything we've done. But that's less about the Shieldred and more about me just not being able to beat the tempo from Spell Pierces. The Shieldred felt kind of irrelevant there. This was just like basically any threat. Like, I don't have the capacity to rebuild from having had all my pieces answered, regardless of what that was, more or less. How do we feel about the Peacekeeper there? Wasn't terribly useful, but that's mostly because we didn't have mana more than anything else. I think the logic of still just having something that we're capable of doing if they play turn 3 Fable of the Mirror Breaker is still pretty important. Take the blade. Peacekeeper always worse on the draw. I mean, every card is worse on the draw, but I think Peacekeeper actually has a stronger niche on the draw than it does on the play, specifically for this deck. Because on the draw, it's the only card that is remotely decent against Fable that we're allowed to play. I think we have to keep this. I'm not going to ship a hand that has a 2-drop into a 3-drop. I need second white, so we're not going to debate cycling this Headquarters. Journeys versus Teachings. I don't actually have anything to ramp into with this Journeys. But I do think that getting it flipping sooner is worth more to me. Turn 2 Azusa's Mini Journeys is one of the few things we do that actually answers Fable of the Mirror Breaker on 3, in the sense that it gives us something that blocks the Fable token without being forced to trade off. Azusa's Mini Journeys is a very good card. I think that this is probably the best 2-drop in the deck. And I think that versions not playing this are making a huge mistake. The synergy with Rite of Harmony is really powerful, deceptively so. Same with Teachings. Specifically, Rite of Harmony is the card that makes both of these cards go from kind of medium to insanely good. Hey, James! How goes it? You join us testing out trying removal in green-white enchantments, which I'm uncertain about, but we're giving it a go. Alright, the Rite of Harmony in the graveyard. I don't want to use this Eiganjo as a spell, but I really want to do something with my turn. And I don't want to Boseiju ramp them either. Yeah, now that I've drawn Rite of Harmony, I'm going to be very sad if we end up getting this Rite of Harmony exiled. But I need more white sources as early as next turn, depending on what we draw. I run it in a Bant list that means Geistlight Snares, but if you try Jukin Defends the Temple, guess that doesn't address the issues you're pointing out. Yeah, Jukin Defends the Temple is one of many cards that I think are very, very close to making it in this list. This list is basically an 80-card deck that is like that you have to find 20 cuts for, and trying to figure out what the 20 cards that are only slightly worse than the other 60 cards are is tough. And Jukin is one of those that I kind of have gotten to the conclusion, it's good, it's very close to being worth playing, but it's just barely not worth playing over the other 3-drops. Restoration of Eiganjo is so powerful because you have these incredibly strong 2-drop mana dorks that are like the engine pieces your deck functions around to get back. Okay. Sure. And Wedding Announcement is Wedding Announcement. And Jukin Defends the Temple, it does many things, but not better than the other 3-drops, and you can only play so many 3-drops. Oh, thank you, deck. That was literally the best draw. Alright. So we get to crash this Rite of Harmony before the opponent has opportunities to get rid of it. We instantly mill a Katilda and a Rite of Harmony and draw a Rite of Harmony. That is all good stuff. Wedding Festivity transforms. Our board is respectable. Our graveyard is, well, not necessarily stocked, because Corpse Appraiser is going to be an issue, but we got tools. Yep, nope, there's Corpse Appraiser. Man. They had the triple Spell Pierce draw last time when that was the right answer, and the triple Corpse Appraiser draw this time, huh? Rude. Alright, in comes the Goblin Shaman again. Do we go with the Rite of Harmony from the graveyard? Probably. This is a little slow, but I don't actually have the tools to be fast, and I'd like to keep the cheap Rite of Harmony in my hand. The fact that my opponent has developed Corpse Appraiser and Reflection, interesting. Okay. So if they have an answer to this Katilda, they get to immediately kill it and then Corpse Appraiser it, which is a concern. I could play this Peacekeeper naming Reflection. They're going to start copying the Blood Tithe Harvester, which is an issue. I'm probably going to have to Boseiju them. I don't want to do that this turn, though. I think we go with the Peacekeeper here, and the Katilda on a later turn. Invoke doesn't really matter. Spell Pierce is only sort of annoying. Meathook Massacre I don't really care about. So yeah, what we're actually going to name here is Reflection of Kikijiki and make that cost more. With Anointed Peacekeeper, Reflection of Kikijiki and Fable of the Mirrorbreaker are considered two separate cards. Do I swing with the 2/3/3s here? I believe so. So they're probably going to pay 3 mana, copy Bloodtithe Harvester, kill Anointed Peacekeeper. I think I'm supposed to start clocking my opponent here. If they trade off both Corpse Appraisers, that's good for me because it makes their reflection much weaker. If they trade off the Bloodtithe Harvester, then that's good for me because it makes their reflection much weaker. Oh yeah, this is actually really good for me. I'm super happy that they decided to get rid of that Bloodtithe Harvester. That makes their answers to Anointed Peacekeeper much worse. Because if they have to Meathook, then they lose the reflection. Yeah, so they do an expensive reflection, copying Corpse Appraiser, but their position's just much, much weaker now than if they had copied the Bloodtithe Harvester. So opponent's saying they are going to Meathook this turn, but I can just not block with the Peacekeeper, you know, opponent. So we'll trade off with the Corpse Appraiser. Maybe I should have blocked with one more 2/2, but if they want to use a instant speed removal spell to save that Corpse Appraiser, I'm fine with it. Yeah, so I didn't block with the Peacekeeper because I did know about the Meathook Massacre opponent, so what's your play now? That I didn't give you the Meathook for 2 to clear up the board. Another Fable. Okay. Well, their position now seems kind of terrible, so let's just, like, draw 30 cards, I guess. Seems like a good time. So, Rite of Harmony, draw 1. Play Katilda, draw 1. Play Hallowed Haunting, draw 1. Ooh. Do we play Jukai Naturalist before Hallowed Haunting? I'm probably going to force my opponent to Meathook this turn. So would I rather force them to Meathook for more? Or would I rather draw a card? Basically, with Kirin Touch to Orochi, would I rather exile a creature and make a creature that just dies to Meathook and gains them life? Or put a +1/+1 counter on Peacekeeper, which doesn't gain them life, does damage to them, makes them spend more mana on Meathook, but doesn't draw me a card off Rite of Harmony? Hard to say. How many creatures do we got in graveyards? 2. But we're about to put a couple more, so as far as removing future Corpse Appraisers goes, this doesn't really matter. I'm going to elect to draw the card. Does not seem like drawing cards can ever be too bad. More lands is fine. So I think I have to play Hallowed Haunting before I play Naturalist here. Otherwise, I could get the Hallowed Haunting spell pierced. No, not like that. Alright, so Hallowed Haunting. I would be actually pretty sad if they spell pierced that, because that would deny me the ability to play Jukai Naturalist into Azusa's mini journeys here. Which, you know, draws lots of cards. I wonder if they're going to spell pierce this Azusa's mini journeys. Zero mana draw card. It's pretty good. Draw 2 cards, actually. And make a 4/4. So, you know, pretty decent. Alright, so do I Boseiju the Fable before they can loot anything away? They get extra mana. I'm not sure I care. Well, the value they can get out of the Spell Pierce is hypothetically just looting it away with Fable of the Mirror Breaker. But I kind of think I should probably deny that. I don't really want them being able to loot into better stuff, considering their hand is pretty terrible. And also, I don't want them to have a Fable sticking around after they meet Hook. So opponent has to meet Hook for 4. We gave them an additional mana, which makes it slightly easier for them to do more things after that. They do not want to copy this because they forgot that that costs 3. Okay. We make these blocks because it doesn't change how much meat hook they need to pay in any way, and we gain 3 life. So by making a copy of that creature, they did nothing other than spend 2 mana, which I am more than happy with. Board gets wiped, opponent gains a bunch of life, fine with us. Opponent is holding up Spell Pierce, so if I were to Rite of Harmony, and then Hallowed Haunting, and then Azusa's Mini Journeys, they would counter the Journeys. I am fine with that, I believe. Oh, actually, I don't even need to play the Journeys. I can play the Jukai Naturalist, and I can't Spell Pierce that. That's better. Howdy, Zappa Choppa. How goes it? Ooh, more Rite of Harmonies. Perfect. We're doing that thing where we actually find Rite of Harmonies, and therefore nothing is a problem. Do-doodly-doo-doo-doo-doo. Do-doodle-doodle-doo-doo. Do-doodle-doodle-doo-doo. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Alright, time to discard cards to hand size. We're going to go with the lands, because functionally I think we have enough of those, and I'm scared to discard the Katilda, because I feel like the opponent's probably going to find Graveyard Exile. I'm going to the lobby for a drink. Luckily, I've got mine right here. Alright, what are we sacrificing? Probably Azusa's Mini Journeys. Has the opponent played a land yet? Yes. So they will not be capable of having enough mana to meet Hook for 3 if I were to sack a Spirit. I think I'm going to try to keep around the Jukai Naturalist then. Fewer Spirits means a lot less capacity to lethal this turn, but I got Rite of Harmony, so all of my stuff costing less mana is a pretty big deal. What lobby? I think I was humming the tune from like old theater intermissions. It's like, let's all go to the lobby or something. I don't know if it's got an actual name. Alright. I probably don't need to Rite of Harmony twice. I think once will be enough. Then we can Restoration of Eiganjo, draw 3 cards. Probably won't deck ourselves here. Hopefully. Casual 2 mana, draw 4. Then we'll play Restoration of Eiganjo, another 2 mana, draw 4. Need to get these up to 10 power to have lethal, which means I need to cast 2 more spells. And I think I'm going to have 2 more spells, given that I've got 2 in hand. And I don't think they can spell pierce me, so I think that's mostly just lethal. I feel like I did a pretty bad job of testing out the whole removal spell thing, considering I immediately cut them. So maybe I'm not supposed to do that, even if I think that's the right idea post-board. It could be an issue. Alright, well, we're on the draw. We don't have a 3rd land, but we have a 2-drop and 2 mana, so we are not allowed to throw it away. Still no 3rd land, slightly concerning. Milling 2 lands, slightly concerning. Kaido, okay, don't care about that very much. The removal spells we're playing main deck are... Oh, sweet, we did it. 2 copies of... What's even the name of that thing? Prayer of Binding. Alright, what did we mill? Teachings? If we milled Teachings, then I'm super willing to play Restoration of Eiganjo. Because that means we can get back Teachings with Restoration of Eiganjo, which is a lot of cards drawn with Rite of Harmony. Without removal, what's the answer to Jin against Mono Blue? Mono Blue is just a pretty tough matchup. You kind of have to Goldfish them. But removal isn't even a good answer to Jin. Like, you beat Mono Blue by presenting threats faster than they can answer and hoping they have a draw that doesn't have an answer to it. If you attempt to deal with Mono Blue by killing the Jin, they're just gonna, like, very easily counter your expensive removal spell. And then, like, you lose. Because you waited to play cards until they had already played the Jin. So let's go with this order. Rite of Harmony, see if the opponent has a counterspell for this. I'm going to be very sad if they play Interceptor and bounce my Rite of Harmony. They don't. Sweet. Yeah, Exile in the Graveyard is the most effective tool for fighting Mono Blue that I've found, which is why the Bant deck is now playing a bunch of unlicensed Hearses. It's just that matchup. Only that matchup. I guess we can probably get rid of a land here, considering I'm about to draw a bunch of cards, so I'll probably draw lands anyway. My expectation, given my opponent held up 4 mana and didn't answer the Rite of Harmony, is that they're probably playing Wandering Emperor this turn. And given that, I think I'm still supposed to throw the Spirit at the Kaido. Oh, hey, cool, Mill to Katilda. Perfect. Drew a bunch of lands. That's fine. Play Teachings. See if they interact with that. They don't. Alright, so Wandering Emperor it is. We're going to have a bunch of creatures next turn. I don't mind forcing the Wandering Emperor to trade off here. Oh, wow, that's so much worse than Wandering Emperor. Oh, I'm sorry, opponent. That was not exciting for you at all. Alright. That's almost like a Wandering Emperor, except it didn't leave behind a Wandering Emperor. I'm kind of shocked they had literally nothing they could do there. Post-combat draw Rafine off Kaido, sure. Alright, we're going to do our best to kill the Kaido here. doing it this way, because if I like stacked 4 power on 1 Kirin, then, or even 1 spirit, destroy evil would kind of punish it. But no destroy evil. Okay. So in that case, I think the best thing that I can do is probably play Wedding Announcement into 2-mana Katilda. Because this reads to me like they might have Make Disappear and just made a mistake not playing it last turn. Or were too concerned about trying to protect their Kaido to use it, which was probably a mistake. Yeah, or maybe they just drew it this turn. Hard to say. But, I mean, my position feels kind of dominating. Hermit can stop Invoke. Yeah, but most of the decks that I could play Hermit in, I just don't really care about Invoke. Like, one of the biggest strengths of this enchantments deck is that it plays so many enchantments and so many creatures that Invoke Despair kind of like is actively meaningless. It's like 5 mana, draw a card for your opponent, and you basically time walk them the vast majority of the time. And the Bant deck that we've also been playing is pretty similar. Like, that's one of the strengths of Wedding Announcement and Teachings of the Kirin is just that they like inherently laugh at Invoke Despair. So opponent's getting pretty feisty. One thing this deck can lose to is a Raffine that just gets really big, and then your opponent has answers to everything because that's what Raffine does. Is there a place for green Kami to go vertical a little bit? Not really. You just don't need to do that very much. Because you're already going really tall just by doing what you do. And the Kami not being an enchantment is kind of... like, you don't need to out-aggro decks, really. And the way that Kami goes tall is just vulnerable to removal spells in a way that you don't need to make your deck be. What are we doing this turn into 6 open mana, other than attacking with everything? I don't think we're Rite of Harmonying here. I suppose my big question is whether I want a Katilda or not this turn. And I don't think that I really want to do that, but I could try. Alternatively, I could just Hallowed Haunting Jukai Naturalist. Pretty likely my opponent has a lot of copies of Destroy Evil here, though. So I think we're going to start by seeing if we can make them destroy evil stuff in combat. Should I get rid of that Tenacious Underdog, or do I just not actually care about them Tenacious Underdogging? I think I don't care about them Tenacious Underdogging. I think that ties up so much of their mana in a way that doesn't really matter to me that, like, I can safely just ignore that and push through more damage here, and also put more things on the board that require them to spend slightly more mana to meat hook. And I don't want to go tall on Architect of Restoration necessarily, because that would result in being more vulnerable to a single removal spell on Architect of Restoration. I'm not so worried about growing things into Destroy Evil range, because since Destroy Evil can always destroy an enchantment, I'm going to have a bunch of stuff that Destroy Evil hits no matter what. I think what I want to do here is just play Hallowed Haunting Jukai Naturalist. If they counter this Hallowed Haunting, I'm mostly fine with that. Obscure Interceptor is not terribly scary to me. My concern is whether I die to this Raffine before I can, like, build up a board state that's dominant enough. And then putting more things onto the board and putting more things into my hand just means that, like, if they're not actually using their turn to remove Architect of Restoration, they're committing to much more mana to Meat Hook, and then I just have to be able to rebuild after the Meat Hook. So if this is a Meat Hook turn, they just want to grow Rafine really big, and it's probably a Meat Hook turn because they're probably dead if it isn't a Meat Hook turn. Take care, Linanite. Enjoy. Thanks for stopping by. So if this is a Meat Hook turn, I think I want to trade off with the Jukai Naturalist. I don't want to block with the Architect because that just lets them Meat Hook for less. I could trade off with the Spirit, but then I'm not gaining life. I think they're basically forced to Meat Hook here, so I think I'm supposed to block with the Naturalist. They did not grow their Rafine very much, which means that thankfully this clock is not terribly scary. Alright, we get to Hallowed Haunting. We get to Wedding Announcement. We make a bunch of tokens, which makes the Tenacious Underdogs a little less scary, but yes, this is a race. Opponent can't really tap out for as long as we have Katilda in the graveyard and any creature in play. Wedding Announcement's not very scary. Wedding Announcement's not very scary. Did they just tap out while we had a Katilda in play? Okay. Well. Can I play Hallowed Haunting into Katilda? No. Sad. In that case, it will be Jukai Naturalist into Katilda. The reason that I'm doing the Jukai Naturalist first is because they're representing Cut Down, and I want to put this Katilda on the Spirit Cleric, and I want to put the Katilda on the Spirit Cleric after it's large enough that the opponent I probably want to draw the card more than I want the creature. After the opponent can't cut down it in response to the Katilda. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, that's why you can't really tap out with the Katilda in the graveyard, because I'm going to swing with 12 power of lifelink if you do. Alright, so unfortunately we said that we should keep in Prayer of Binding to test it, but I know I said I need to keep this card in to test it. We can't do that against Esper. We can't play enchantment-based removal against Destroy Evil. That just... No, I can't stomach that. This has to be the matchup where Wrenn and Seven is at its best, and Destroy Evil is also at its best. Yeah, it's so expensive to play Prayer of Binding. It's so expensive to play all the enchantment removal that you can play in this deck. It's weird. Like, everything about this deck says that it wants enchantment removal, but every piece of enchantment removal isn't good enough for a different reason. What formats do you explain that Expressive Iteration is fine in? Well, it was in Standard. But Expressive Iteration is no longer in Standard. So we can't really say that anymore. The Explain Expressive Iteration redemption thing was from, I guess, like multiple years ago now. And it was basically talking about how Expressive Iteration was a card that was worth banning in older formats because of how it uniquely scaled in power level with the mana efficiency of cards in the format. And how in Standard, Expressive Iteration was actually like not even good enough to play and you should cut it from decks. And it was a very unique type of card design that, because Standard didn't have playable 1-drops, didn't have a reason to be banned in Standard, even though it could be banned in older formats. But now that's no longer the case. Whee! I really should be playing this other Destroy Evil, but I don't know what for. Katilda on the draw, I guess, maybe is supposed to be the justification? I don't know. Seems like Dreadhorde Arcanist. Yeah, it's very similar to that. Although I think that the reasons why Dreadhorde Arcanists wants 1-drops is a little more obvious than the reason why Expressive Iteration wants 1-drops. And it's basically entirely to do with, hey, how often do you get to play 2 spells with Expressive Iteration? Well, the less the spells in your deck cost, the more reliably Expressive Iteration is a draw to. Am I citing 6 lands out? No. So we actually have a really weird sideboard with this deck, which is worth noting. We have 6 lands in our sideboard. And the reason for that... Oh, this hand is so good. The reason we have 6 lands in our sideboard... I'm just going to take the gamble. We'll draw the land. Is so that we can sideboard into blue against decks that play Farewell. We didn't draw the land. We didn't succeed at it. All right, we'll play Jukai Naturalist and hope the opponent can't interact with us. Unfortunately, Rafine is not interacting with us, but it's very good nonetheless. I should have swung with Jukai Naturalist before playing this. I don't think the opponent would ever not block regardless. Oh, okay. Well, sure. I mean, that's a free block. I just want to gain the 2 life. I don't think I can represent anything on 2 or 1 mana that makes that block wrong, but... Oh well. What about snaring the board? The Disdainful Strokes also counter a bunch of other things that the Farewell decks play, like the 6-mana Angel and 4-mana Teferi, even after the games go a really long time. And it also counters Titan of Industry, which makes Disdainful Stroke part of our sideboard package for beating, like, Temur control. We have a tendency to be a grindy deck more than an aggressive deck, so we need to care about our counter spells being useful over the long term. Don't destroy evil my restoration. I need that restoration for doing things. Oh, did they arrest my Rite of Harmony? That's rude. That's rude, opponent. That's so rude. They don't know about the forest, and I would like to maximize the amount of things they don't know about. So here, our next turn is currently set up to be Rite of Harmony, discard Teachings, replay Teachings, draw 2 cards, play Forest, play Azusa, draw a card, trigger Wedding Announcement, draw a card. Fable, Meathook, Underdog, and Bankbuster. I think Standard needs no bans. I would be disappointed if they banned anything in Standard. I expect the most likely thing is Meathook. I don't think that's correct, but if they're going to ban something, I think it's the most likely card that they would ban. Alright, I would like to play Rite of Harmony here, I believe. Right? Yeah, I think so. Now that our Jukai Naturalist is dead, I guess what we're actually doing is getting back the Jukai Naturalist and then playing Teachings of the Kirin in an attempt to draw the largest number of cards. Yeah, I don't really expect that they're going to ban anything in Standard. Standard's in a pretty good place, and there's very little actual any kind of data to do bans based off of. Alright, well, we are very far ahead. The opponent didn't actually do anything, and their Rafine isn't huge, and we have a Destroy Evil, which is an actual permanent answer to Rafine. What card did I say is the most likely card to get banned? In the context of Standard, I think that it would be Meathook if they were going to ban anything. They could ban more, they will probably ban fewer. What's the difference between Premier and traditional Dominaria United drafts? I don't know exactly what the difference is. I think it's best of 3 is 1. Traditional is best of 3? Okay, perfect. I figured best of 3 was probably one of the two. I just didn't know which one best of 3 was. I should probably not be Rite of Harmonying this turn, since I actually am setting up for a better Rite of Harmony turn next turn. Well, not entirely because of Wedding Announcement, but either way, I think I should be Destroy Eviling the Rafine because of how few cards my opponent has in hand, that they just are likely to be doing nothing useful if that Rafine is dead. So let's go with land. Destroy target creature. And then we'll play the Wedding Announcement. And then we'll set up for a really juicy Rite of Harmony turn next turn. Not sure how my opponent comes back from this. Esper is about building up its advantage over multiple turns with a lot of, like, momentum. It does not really do anything well from an empty board state. So we will Rite of Harmony. That resolves. Then we will draw a card. Oh, nope. I suppose conceding is a way to deny me drawing a card. Fair enough. So I will say the Destroy Evil turned out to be kind of useful there. But Esper is the matchup where I think Destroy Evil is at its best, and even though it has anti-synergy with Rite of Harmony, I do think that it's worth it there. The fact that it hits Rafine, who is actually the card you lose to out of Esper most often, makes it really nice compared to the other matchups where it only hits Shieldred. This deck is super fun. It's just very enjoyable to play. There's something really, like, relaxing about Rite of Harmony. What a weird hand this is. Playing tap lands sometimes has downsides. I don't think I'm allowed to mulligan this because a single untapped land as a draw on our first 2 turns is so good. I'm a bit lost in Standard. Everything feels 50-50. There's not a, like, super powerful way to get much edges in mid-range matchups. I think that a lot of them aren't quite 50-50, but it's definitely a lot of stuff that's kind of close to that. No, Anointed Peacekeeper. They should probably name Restoration of Eiganjo. I think anything else they name would be a mistake here. I'm technically representing being able to go like Jukai Naturalist into Azusa's Mini Journeys, but after I do that, the Hallowed Haunting isn't even that great. Ooh, alright. This is a very interesting demonstration of what Katilda might be capable of doing. So if we hit a land, I can go Hallowed Haunting into Wedding Announcement. Never mind. Hallowed Haunting's probably now a 5-drop. If Meathook were banned, how much do you think that elevates this deck? I don't think Meathook being banned changes anything in the metagame at all. No blocks here. I think the only deck that gets affected by Meathook being banned is Red-Black Anvil. And that's really weird because that's the only deck that Meathook Massacre is good against, but it's also the only deck that Meathook Massacre is good in. So, like, it's the only deck that I really envision having the needle moved by Meathook Massacre getting banned, and it's still, I think, like, actually kind of balances out overall. Farewell getting banned would help more? Oh, no, I don't think Farewell is even a good card. There's, like, no decks that play Farewell that actually should be playing Farewell. opponent's kind of making my life annoying here. I could play... I think I just have to play Katilda and Wedding Announcement. Red aggro seems like it's been marginally playable because of Meathook. Red aggro is not super great because, like, it doesn't... The decks that play mid-range, or the decks that play Meathook are mid-range decks. They are already good against aggro because mid-range is an archetype that is, like, the inherent strengths of mid-range line up precisely with the inherent weaknesses of aggro. Aggro does not like it if you... I don't think I'm supposed to block here. Aggro doesn't like it when you play stuff on curve that trades off with their creatures at a slight resource advantage. That's aggro's biggest nightmare. The fact that Meathook takes a already good matchup and makes it better doesn't really change the overall metagame equilibrium incentives in a meaningful way. It just makes it so that you can't... It doesn't make it correct to play aggro, it just makes it hard to play aggro when it's super wrong to play aggro. Because there are some people who will want to play aggro even when aggro is really unfavored in the metagame. I really want to play Hallowed Haunting so that I can just dump a ton of mana out next turn, but these Anointed Peacekeepers are actually making this pretty inefficient. I think I ultimately have to do nothing here and just activate Katilda, which is sad. Would Path of Peril replace Meathook to some extent in Esper or bigger mono black? I think Path of Peril is actually already underplayed in Esper. It's the card that I'm most scared of as this green-white deck. Path of Peril out of the sideboards frequently completely destroys me. So we go to 1 here. If they crew Bankbuster and then give Bankbuster flying. That's a concern. 1, 2, 3, 4 enchantments with Hallowed Haunting. Mostly I'm just going to die to Elspeth. How do I even go about this? Swing at Elspeth with Jukai Naturalist and Likeness of the Seer? Activate Katilda, have 4 mana remaining, no good. Play Hallowed Haunting as 4, Teachings as 5. Don't really think I have a way around this other than hoping the opponent missteps on their blocks in some way and sacks one of these Peacekeepers. Yeah. That was the correct block. Where does that leave me? Not able to do anything, right? Go to 5. Elspeth doesn't die. If I activate Katilda, Elspeth still doesn't die. I go to 6. 6 would be fine if Elspeth did die. I have 8 mana to work with. Do I have any way to draw a card in a way that might be a removal spell? Oh, I can play... Okay, wait. We do still have an out. So, damage. Play Teachings. Mill Katilda. Play Katilda. Mill 2 Rite of Harmonies. Does that get us anywhere? Play Rite of Harmony. Nope. Doesn't get us anywhere. Alright, so Anointed Peacekeeper is definitely one of the cards that is on my list as something this deck struggles against. And that kind of demonstrated why. We are a deck that's all about acceleration and playing a bunch of spells, and Anointed Peacekeeper just killed us while preventing us from reaching critical acceleration. Even while we did, like, a lot of ramping. Anointed Peacekeeper, like, we basically lost to 3 cards. The Bankbuster, I guess the Bankbuster attacked for, like, 4 damage. Do any of these cards look like they matter? We're not allowed to cut Prayer of Binding, although my opponent's probably on Destroy Evil, so maybe I should cut Prayer of Binding against Destroy Evil decks. I do think that I want to bring in Wrenn against Elspeth. Odds are, if my opponent's on Bankbuster, they're probably going to be playing Farewell. Okay, wait. I do actually think this is a time where we're supposed to bring in the Disdainful Stroke package, and I think that mandates removal. So we boarded in 2 white sources, 3 green sources, so we go down to 5 plains, 6 forests, and then we ship it. We draw Prayer Binding off of Wedding. Oh, yeah, because we were going to draw. You're right, and that's the whole reason that we have a flash removal spell. Did we have anything we could Binding? My brain looked at the Rite of Harmonies that we milled and said, oh, I can't play this and still have the mana to play anything. But I forgot we had attacked with 2 creatures, so we weren't going to make a 1/1. We were actually going to draw a card off of our Wedding Announcement. Did I play in the qualifier yesterday or today? I'm already qualified. So no, I did not. Alright, let's take the play. We kept in 1 Azusa's Many Journeys, and if I'm going to keep in Azusa's Many Journeys, then turn 2 sounds like a delightful time to have it. Pause with 1 mana after Azusa's Many Journeys entered play, which means they have March. Interesting. So I could play Hallowed Haunting here, which is a 2-for-1 against March. I wouldn't mind triggering it, though. Kind of want to just play Restoration of Eiganjo. Kind of just want to play Katilda. I guess it's fine to get the Hallowed Haunting Destroy Evil, because at least that means that they're not Reckoner Bankbustering. Okay, Celestis into March, discard 2 cards? Alright. I'll take Celestis into not removing Hallowed Haunting at all. So they're probably going to set up to Farewell me, which means I need to find some Disdainful Strokes before that point. Ambitious Farmhand, gets a Plains, plays a Plains, has 3 mana up. What did we mill? Vanquish the Horde. Okay, well, that wasn't Farewell, at least. So I could discard Katilda to get back Jukai Naturalist, which doesn't really accomplish very much. We're going to discard the other Katilda to get back Jukai Naturalist. Now I have no discard outlet, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to play out the Katilda. think we hold on to the other Katilda. Probably not. I can't really beat Farewell at this point, but I think that if I'm going to try, I'm supposed to represent Disdainful Stroke. Okay, destroy evil on the Katilda, leaving me with the enchantment in the graveyard I do not hate. Extraction Specialist? Gets back a card that doesn't really matter. Okay, well, that's cool. Some stuff transforms. Am I supposed to read the Destroy Evil as them just not having a board wipe? They definitely still have that march. Yeah, okay. Well, one card left in hand. They have the opportunity to use Reckoner Bankbuster, but now we have an Architect of Restoration, which maybe is something. No, last card, Farewell. I guess that's what you get. If anything, I suppose I should be happy that we correctly identified that and sideboarded appropriately, and just am sad that we didn't draw Disdainful Stroke at all, or Rite of Harmony, because the way you beat Farewell is just doing big Rite of Harmony turns that leave you with enough hand to completely recover. Alright, Wedding Announcement's a real Magic card. It's something. Opponent's got the capacity to loot stuff away with Celestis as card advantage. More Paragons. Could become a problem eventually. Teachings of the Kirin. I think I do have to play that for the capacity to mill. I can't really hold on for Rite of Harmony. Cool, we milled good cards. I like that. So Katilda currently gives +5? Interesting. Putting it on the Architect of Restoration actually lets their Architect attack next turn, which would be cool. But I can also just do that by giving it a +1/+1 counter unless they hold back both Paragons. So I think what I actually do is put this on the human token. And then just require them to use single target removal on the human token as much as possible. Elspeth, okay, mostly don't care about that, I don't think. That stops the Architect of Restoration from attacking, I suppose. Or rather, it doesn't. It just trades off with the Paragon if we do it that way. I think I'm interested in trading off with the Paragon, though, because it draws a card if it attacks. Draws a card with Bankbuster. Doesn't really hold anything up. Destroy evils the Architect. Wait, oh, the Celestis was still up. Gotcha. Okay. Well, still gonna swing at the Elspeth. I guess I got punished for not playing the Teachings pre-combat. In that I wasn't representing lethal on the Elspeth, and they could have just ignored that attack, which they probably should have. Didn't mill anything useful. feel like I'm probably going to get more use out of Eiganjo being capable of blowing up Sarah Paragon than I am out of having slightly more lands. Drew a Rite of Harmony. Excellent. Alright. How many Vow Katildas are we running? Which one is which? The Midnight Hunt Katilda we are playing 2 of. The Vow Katilda we are playing 4 of. Lion Sash, huh? That's moderately inconvenient. How's the blue in the sideboard been? Well, hypothetically it's good, but we do need to actually draw the Disdainful Strokes for it to work out in practice. So the Sarah Paragon is going to be absolutely huge. That's an issue. I can no longer kill the Sarah Paragon with Eiganjo either. So I think I'm probably not supposed to Rite of Harmony this turn. I'm probably supposed to try to play the Hallowed Haunting and then Rite of Harmony next turn. I think I cycle this now, because if it does hit a land, I probably just want to play the land. I believe that I now play out the Eiganjo as a land because the Sarah Paragon's basically invincible no matter what. Am I losing my entire board, or am I losing 2 of my creatures to kill the Elspeth? Yes, because I don't want them giving lifelink to anything. Which means I should have actually done this attack before cycling the headquarters. But we're just going to hope that that error doesn't really cost me. Having mana means that they will probably cast a spell that prevents the Elspeth from dying, which is what happens. We will now play out this land because we're going to try to play Rite of Harmony twice next turn, and having more lands to do stuff on that turn seems important. The existence of the Lion Sash means that I can't do anything cool with the Kirin Touched Orochi. That's actually a pretty significant problem. I also just actually don't have a removal spell for that, so I might just lose to the Lion Sash. Straight up. The only answer I really have is just going so hard with Rite of Harmony and Hallowed Haunting that I can jump block it infinitely. Which is going to be kind of difficult from this position. We don't have a huge number of resources. But I like my opponent not attacking. That makes things easier to start off with. Then before the opponent has priority to do anything, we have to flash this back. And then we just have 2 draws that we are desperate to find something in. Maybe I should have just played Hallowed Haunting this turn and not actually gone for the Rite of Harmonies. Just tried to find something else. Shoot. Alright. Well, that's pretty awful. Can't make a meaningful attack. Can't even draw off of Kirin Touched Orochi. Just because they fizzle it with the Lion Sash anyway. Huh. I had never thought of Lion Sash as a deck, or as a card that, like, is a significant problem for this deck, but it absolutely is. We can't do 1 right, because they exile it with Lion Sash. We're kind of committed to doing 2. Unless we just want to lose the value off of the other half of the right. which was an option. I think the better option probably was just not playing Rite of Harmony at all. No, because we were relying on the enchantment flipping. I think we just had to go for it, really. I'm really lucky that they're not attacking with these Sarah Paragon. They're giving me a ton of time that they do not need to be giving me by making that choice. Now they have decided to stop making that choice. Alright. We have 2 permanents remaining for it to exile. So probably looking at lethal next turn. Duh. Well, that actually doesn't make too much of a difference. Second line Sash doesn't mean much, because they're already out of stuff in the graveyard regardless. There's that Disdainful Stroke, much too late to matter, and just in time to be actively not helpful at all. Joy. Alright, how dead am I? This goes up to 12. This goes up to 5. That is, in fact, exactly dead. So we have to combo off this turn in a way that actually gets us enough stuff to activate Hallowed Haunting, which means I can't mess around with the second copy of Rite of Harmony. Yep, there goes the Rite of Harmony. Draw, draw. Alright, time to hope the opponent... Oh, the opponent actually already kind of misplayed by exiling that Rite of Harmony. Oh, wait, no, we don't have any creatures in the graveyards, do we? We have 1. Cool. So now they have exactly as many as they need. And we're going to lose an enchantment by doing this, which I think makes this mostly impossible. By and large. We almost rebuilt after the first board wipes, but yeah, Disdainful Stroke not being a combo piece kinda dooms us there. If this was a random 2-mana enchantment and it drew into another 2-mana enchantment off of the 4 draws that it would have been, then our position would have been kind of okay. Did they miss lethal? Oh, they super missed lethal, huh? I don't really have any tools left over to try to rebuild because I played around them having lethal, but okay. Where does that get us? Anywhere? Well, if any card in the deck was going to do it, it was Teachings of Kirin, which needs to mill the final Rite of Harmony. Or a Katilda? Or nothing. Okay. That's a bummer. I don't think that matchup is great, but I do think that it's probably favored. It's also definitely a matchup where removal is completely useless and bad. And there do seem to be a lot of those. Like, all of them. So, on the whole of things, if we were to take stock of what matchups having removal improves, is it basically only decks with Sheoldred and Rafine? Because I'm not sure if I can think of anything else that I actually want to have removal against, right? Oh, GG, Smellia. I'm assuming that was we were playing then. That was a nail biter, for sure. This is not what I would usually consider a good hand. We have ramp and nothing to do with it, but I'm not going to throw away the ability to top deck into stuff. Do we want removal for Titan of Industry? No, because Titan of Industry's body isn't really the thing that's scary, right? It's the ETB and the threat of copying it with Kiki Jiki. To that extent, I suppose you can play removal against Kiki Jiki, but enchantment-based removal against Kiki Jiki is just the worst, because then you're giving the opponent the opportunity to get a Titan of Industry or their Kiki Jiki back by playing the enchantment removal that's already in their deck. What you actually want that to be is non-enchantment-based removal, which, again, you don't actually want to be main decking. Fable token? Kind of, but there's no enchantment removal that actually hits the Fable token at, like, a particularly... Oh, this was bad. Particularly acceptable rate. I was probably supposed to gain the 1 additional life and do the 1 additional damage by playing the Hallowed Haunting before attacking. Fight spell or two? It's kind of the same problem. It's like, we can play Destroy Evil, but Destroy Evil increases the percentage of time where we draw Rite of Harmony and just don't have anything to, like, trigger it or cast spells, and just have a combination of cards that can't do anything functional. I just don't think this deck loses to your opponent's permanents as often as it loses to its own cards not combining into functional combinations. Which is kind of why I just don't really want to play the removal. Think I like having 2 Destroy Evil because you really want a good answer to Sheoldred? Yeah, but again, you just... I don't know if I buy that you want to have a good answer to Sheoldred. We had... Every game so far where we played against Sheoldred, my answer to Sheoldred has been, I don't care about Sheoldred. Right? I guess I'm not supposed to maximize Rite of Harmony here, because drawing a bunch of cards with Sheoldred in play would be sad. In which case, I mean... Playing Jukai Naturalist into Hallowed Haunting results in us having 2 Spirit tokens and nothing in hand. Playing Hallowed Haunting results in us having 1 Spirit token, but 2 Spirit tokens next turn with the potential to draw 3. The Spirit token... I guess the best rationale I can have for doing it this way is that we have 2 Spirit tokens that are 3/3s, which threatens to block the Sheoldred, which might be meaningful. Our answer to Sheoldred is Katilda or Haunting, but there will be games where neither of those gets drawn or they get answered. Kind of, but I feel like I'd rather have Wrenn in those positions to answer the Sheoldred by milling Katilda and making a big creature than having a removal spell that increases the number of combinations of hands that just don't do anything functional. And I guess it ultimately comes down to that, is... The conversation I think that I want to have about this deck is, how does this deck lose? And I feel like pretty consistently it loses more often to its own cards not doing anything in the combination that you draw them than to what the opponent is doing. So I feel like I'm scared that the removal increases the percentage of time where we're not doing anything functional. That will not work. Why did they think that would work? Or do they just want to play the Jukai and kill the Jukai Naturalist? Or they have a removal spell now. I mean, it does let them do 2 damage with Sheoldred. That part of this works. I can now no longer block the Shieldred. If they can kill the Katilda, that would be really good, but they can't, so... Oh well. Not drawing anything there, kind of a concern. And there's the removal that they then get to kill with a Glutton. This is an issue. Can't flash in the Katilda, sadly. Think I want to trade with a Glutton here. Might be a mistake. I feel like I need to draw an enchantment next turn anyway. And if I happen to draw Teachings, I want the Glutton off the field so they can't exile a Katilda that I happen to mill. I've got enough life total that I can Rite of Harmony and play one enchantment and probably be totally fine. So if I play Rite of Harmony into Restoration, I draw 3 cards, take 6, go to 9. If I draw 1 more, we go to 7. I'll draw 3 more. I'm kind of wondering if what I want to do is play Restoration, resolve the first Hallowed Haunting, then Rite of Harmony to only draw 2. Nah, that's got to be coward talk. Maybe depopulate main to reset the board. I don't think there's any matchup where we want to reset the board. We are the deck that has the better board position. Or at least we're supposed to. If we don't have the better board position, then so many things are going wrong that I don't even really think we have the tools to retake board position after resetting it, right? I'd rather just do more to not fall behind early. So here we chump block Shieldred, try to trade off with Blood Tithe Harvester, then go down to 7, play Hallowed Haunting, set up Eiganjo to kill Shieldred, hopefully? If they have Invoke Despair, I sack a Spirit, I sack Restoration, I go to 7, chump block Shieldred, go to 4, go to 2 off of the drain. I would not really have a way to avoid dying to that. A Braid does not kill us on the spot, because that does not do the 1 extra damage that Invoke would have. Voltage Surge does kill us on the spot, however. I suppose that's what drawing 1 less card with Restoration of Eiganjo would have played around. Oh, you know what? This is a position where had we drawn the instant speed removal spell that gains 2 life, we would have actually probably won this game, which might be the first moment that I can say it actually would have been a big deal. That's something. So against red-black, I guess I'm actually okay with leaving in Prayer of Binding against red-black. I don't think that Wrenn is substantially better against them after that game. It might not be true. Wrenn is still pretty excellent against them, but still good. Is there a command to explain the lands in the sideboard? I feel like the other commands to explain things kind of like have enough context or can be given enough context, broadly, for them to be interesting when I'm not playing the decks that they're relevant to. I feel like it would be very hard to explain the circumstances a year from now on this deck. But the general summary is the lands are in the sideboard because it's very difficult to sideboard with this deck since it's so synergy and combo based. And the few cards you have that are good against aggro actually make such a small difference in games 2 and 3 that it's kind of just a better idea to not play the anti-aggro cards in the sideboard and instead play the anti-aggro mana base in game 1. How do I feel about safekeeping in this deck? I think safekeeping is terrible in this deck. I think anything that doesn't result in you drawing more cards and growing your board is bad. Safekeeping just results in more hands where you have combinations of cards that don't do anything with Rite of Harmony and don't trigger your enchantments matters stuff, and that's just not acceptable because all of your stuff is super disposable. You have infinity cards and a bunch of mana if things are going remotely right. You don't need to protect any individual piece. You just need to keep playing more pieces. Deck to play. Keep the hand that involves playing stuff on curve. But yeah, so the blue lands are in the sideboard basically so that you have to play fewer pain lands in game 1 against aggro. That's the reason. And I think playing fewer pain lands gets you more points against aggro than playing anti-aggro sideboard cards does. This opponent probably has removal here. I could play Teachings of the Kirin just to try to mill something, but if what I'm scared of is my opponent playing removal spell into Werewolf anyway... Yeah, whatever. What are the odds they have exactly removal spell into Werewolf? Pretty good. At least if they're playing Werewolf, then they aren't playing Fable on 3. Although I guess I had Azusa's Mini Journey, so I actually have a good answer to Fable on 3 for once. I don't like the fact that my opponent is apparently debating whether they want to play Werewolf or Fable. The answer is that they wanted to play Werewolf if they had it, so not having it is cool. I should have set a stop in case we drew Rite of Harmony. Alright, so... we're just going to have to hope the Likeness of the Seer doesn't die. Because I don't think playing Katilda onto it plays well against any kind of removal spell. So we're definitely just playing this out, and I don't think I'm supposed to Prayer of Binding a 2/2. Mill the Jukai Naturalist, which is kind of cute with Restoration. This is approaching like one of those scenarios where it's rough to not have drawn a Rite of Harmony and where the deck is kind of capable of just threatening to lose to itself. As long as the opponent interacts with us. We can still randomly win if they just can't stop the stuff we have on board from doing things, but we're running out of steam without the right sort of top decks, and this is exactly the position where Prayer of Binding not being a Wrenn and Seven is a huge issue. If we had just slammed Wrenn and Seven and then down-ticked, there would have been nothing my opponent could do there. Short of just play a removal spell on the Wrenn and leave us with a giant creature that they then would also have to answer. Did they just... what? Did they just not get rid of the Katilda? Okay. Huh. That's an interesting one. I could put the Katilda on the Spirit, which would leave us a better blocker, but run the risk that the card they have is either Voltage Surge or Cut Down. I'm going to assume that they didn't make a huge mistake and that they have Voltage Surge or Cut Down. Or alternatively, that they just have another single target removal spell so they didn't care and just wanted to stop me from getting back the Jukai Naturalist with the Restoration of Eiganjo, which, to be clear, wasn't really a very big deal compared to getting to gain a bunch of life with this thing. The reflection of Kiki-Jiki is going to be an issue, I suppose, in a sense. We have the Prayer of Binding for that. Although, I wish the Prayer of Binding was a Wrenn. Still, even in this position. Even if my opponent goes on to play a Sheoldred, I still would wish this Prayer of Binding was a Wrenn. Which I think is going a pretty long way towards convincing me that I just don't want to play removal in this deck. I'm doing my best to fight that being like my existing opinion. I'm trying to be as impartial as possible, but yeah, we routinely come back to these same scenarios. There was the position last game where I was at exactly 2 life and Prayer of Binding was the only top deck in the deck that gains life at instant speed. But other than that, why would they not attack here? Well, are they that worried about me killing them? Did they want to hold back a Trespasser to block the 2/2? Huh. Weird. Yeah, now would be a really, really, really good time to draw a Rite of Harmony. Bloodtithe Harvester, sure. Restoration of Eiganjo is not super useful. But at least the Prayer of Binding can hypothetically do something. I think we just have to do that now. I don't really find it acceptable for them to start copying Bloodtithe Harvester. I need Architect of Restoration to stay alive right now. I have nothing in my graveyard worth getting back with Restoration of Eiganjo. Which means I should have played this Plains out. On the off chance we do draw Rite of Harmony, that could potentially matter. Could wind up with 1 less land because of that. Although we don't have anything in the opponent's graveyard that's a creature, so I guess the Kirin Touched Orochi couldn't realistically draw a card here anyway. Most of the time. Harvester kills the Orochi, sure. I wonder if they were afraid of me putting a counter on the Architect with that? If you also have a removal spell for Architect Restoration, why would you kill the 1/1 when you could instead swing for 6? I guess maybe the perception that your life total is irrelevant because I'm at 30. My life total is irrelevant because I'm at 32 and you care more about protecting your own life total? Huh. Okay. Yeah, it's weird to me that they killed the Kirin Touched Orochi rather than swing with the 3/2. Alright, Teachings of the Kirin isn't terrible. Get to discard that, get it back, hopefully mill something meaningful. No. Mill a couple of basics, though. That's not completely meaningless. Meanwhile, the opponent is doing a good job not drawing lands. Oh, right. Not letting that flip was actually a reason why discarding the Teachings for mana efficiency was probably wrong in that position. Because I didn't even have a way to take advantage of the extra mana, even if we milled like Rite of Harmony. Or Katilda. So I should have just played it to deny them the slightly increased amount of damage. We have to sacrifice an enchantment, which unfortunately means we have to sacrifice the Teachings. I think this card's pretty bad against enchantments, because the whole idea of the enchantments deck is I have a bunch of filler enchantments to just throw away. No blocks. Main stop. That is a good point. Blood Tithe Harvester, enough to kill the Restoration. Yeah, that's a problem. I have to play the Naturalist. And this is the position that we're just not well equipped to deal with. When our hand is totally empty and we have no synergies and the opponent has drawn fewer lands than us, we kind of just get outvalued. Given the land, even if our opponent knows about our card, could mean we have the resources to pay for Trespass Reward. I believe I guess technically we have one other Prayer of Binding in the deck, but generally we just don't care about the Trespass Reward because we don't have anything that triggers Trespass Reward. This is a position where I really want Wrenn. I'm going to be honest, I think if this Prayer of Binding had been a Wrenn, this position would be substantially better, even if they would have been copying Blood Tithe Harvesters over and over. Even still, well, opponent, you got something to play that stops me from attacking on the backswing? I feel like the best thing we could draw right now would be top-decking 3-mana Katilda. Fable's a problem. Okay, failing that Teachings isn't terrible, because that can mill Katilda. Mills Rite of Harmony, which doesn't actually accomplish anything, but milling Katilda is delightful. Alright, so what if I were to put a Katilda on a 1-1? Do you remove the 1-1 with a cut down in response opponent? No. Okay. Well, I want to swing with a 7-7. Do I also want to swing with a 2-2? I do probably also want to swing with a 2-2. I'm basically forced to kill this creature or die, and they're going to be very capable of doing it with the grand total of like 4 loots. So Trespasser's very capable of exiling Rite of Harmony, which they're kind of forced to do. Teachings puts a counter on the other spirit. We denied them mana, which is what they're mostly constrained on right now, by trading off with the 2-2 Goblin. Kind of have to swing, kind of have to exile Rite of Harmony. I guess maybe they can just choose not to exile Rite of Harmony and hope that we don't draw something to use it this turn. But so they could attack with the Trespasser and exile the Naturalist. That just doesn't feel right. They discard Voltage Surge and a Swamp. Looking for an answer to the Spirit Token in the air. Still looking for an answer to the Spirit Token in the air. That's a good sign. This is why we're up to 4 Katildas, by the way. It's a card that cheeses you victories in a lot of situations that you shouldn't be able to cheese a victory in. They don't exile the Rite of Harmony. Okay. So they say they have an answer to this Katilda, or else the game is over. Digging land. Meat hook for 1. Which puts them to 6. Which is dead. But I appreciate the attempt to try really hard. That does explain why they exiled the creature instead of the Rite of Harmony. Oh. Yeah, red-black deck with Fable and the blood tokens does an extremely good job of just never going above the exact amount of lands that it wants to be at. Although, actually, they didn't even loot away that many lands. They just, like, naturally drew 5 lands and 12 spells. Harsh when that happens, that's for sure. Let's see, on the draw, I think I'm less interested in Katilda here. Am I less interested in Azusa's Many Journeys on the draw? Is this one of those positions we said earlier where we should experiment with playing Anointed Peacekeepers on the draw against Fable of the Mirrorbreaker decks? I really don't want to play Prayer Binding. It's so bad. It's just not good. But we could play Peacekeeper instead. I don't think I can play that many Peacekeepers, because I don't think I can cut Azusa's. Well, I mean, 12 2-drops is a lot of 2-drops, although we don't think Katilda is very good. I don't know. I could just not play the Wrenn, but that's probably wrong. We'll trim the Katilda over the Azuzas. Down to 1 Wrenn in the 75. I don't think it's correct to play 1 Wrenn in the 75. I think playing 2 Wrenns main board is correct, but we're experimenting with removal. I'm trying to do my due diligence, is what I'm calling it. And I think my due diligence suggests, yeah, I don't like removal. I don't want to play removal in the main deck, other than Destroy Evil in the sideboard, specifically for Esper. And I think Wrenn is better than removal. Third Azusa doesn't seem good. The Azusa is incredibly strong if it's the thing you play on turn 2. But it is not the greatest way to try to fight a turn 3 meat hook. If they attack with Harvester here, I'm going to trade. So they're probably just going to sack and kill the Naturalist in all likelihood. But I would love if they attacked and let me gain the life. Oh, okay. Well, them not playing Fable of the Mirrorbreaker is a victory for me. Play Katilda with infinite ability to block Blood Tithe Harvester. I don't think they have a 1-mana removal spell here, because if they did, they probably would have used it to kill the Jukai Naturalist rather than using up their Infernal Grasp, but maybe they value the cheaper removal spell more than the more expensive removal spell in this position? Uncertain. Either way, unless they remove Katilda, we are successfully not taking damage from Blood Tithe Harvester here, which is cool. Our lack of a second green source is actually kind of a concern, now that I'm looking at it. We have no capacity to Rite of Harmony into Jukai Naturalist, and we have no capacity to Wrenn. That's a problem. Which means if my opponent plays Shieldred here, this could actually be one of those situations, mean, where Wrenn would be better as a 4-mana removal spell. But instead, Jukai Naturalist into Restoration of Eiganjo is pretty reasonable. And the opponent spent a lot of time removing our stuff instead of developing their board. which means they've successfully done a lot of damage to us, which in turn makes Shieldred scarier. But makes most things that aren't Shieldred less scary? Jukai Naturalist threatens to gain life when they don't have things on board that block it. Unfortunately, Trespasser blocks it. So let's draw a green source so we can play Wrenn and Downtick. Never did not have it. Alright. Wrenn with a lovely 6/6 token. Harvester threatens to downtick on Naturalist. I'm actually kind of interested in the fact that the opponent didn't do that last turn. Oh, because we were threatening to get it back with the Restoration is why they didn't want to do that. Right. That makes total sense. So if they have a removal spell for the 6/6 here, they get to kill the Wrenn, which makes me sad. But if they don't have a removal spell for the 6/6, their life gets very difficult extremely quickly. I would like to note, if this Wrenn was a removal spell, we would probably be losing this game. Because I'm nothing if not sassy. I like the fact that my opponent is spending this long thinking about it. That feels like probably a good sign. There's a Shieldred. Okay, that's going to make the Rite of Harmony worse. Alright, well, we're not going to be drawing cards then, because I kind of just want to buy as much time as I can for Wrenn to uptick and attempt to find ways to give Treefolk lifelink. Interesting. So what you're saying is I could swing with the Naturalist and trade off with something. Probably the Trespasser. Actually, I wouldn't even trade off with the Trespasser, I would just kill the Trespasser. So they kind of don't have a good block if I swing with this Naturalist. So let's play the Haunting. I think I'm willing to make this swing. I mean, if they block with the Trespasser, I cast Eiganjo, sack a Plains. They still 2-for-1 me, and I don't gain any life, which is probably the best case scenario for them. I wonder if it was better to hold the Naturalist back. It probably was, because if they block with the Trespasser, I don't actually want to be forced to Eiganjo here. What I want to do is have the Eiganjo up on their turn to make it harder for them to attack with Shieldred if they manage to remove the 6/6. So I think by giving them the option to lock me into discarding the Eiganjo, I've made a mistake. And if anything, I think having the Jukai Naturalist back to block would actually make it less bad if they just remove the Treefolk. My logic was that the Bloodtooth Harvester was just going to kill the Jukai Naturalist, but they've already demonstrated not wanting to do that anyway. And I think now that I'm here, I still kind of just have to do this. So yeah, I think that was wrong. It's probably difficult for them to remove both Architect and the 6/6, so odds are if they actually have the capacity to attack and kill Wrenn, it will be via killing the 6/6. Oh, you know what? And if the Jukai Naturalist is back to block, the Bloodtooth Harvester doesn't get to attack. So I was just way more capable of defending Wrenn. Yeah, that attack with the Naturalist was really bad. But, so if they do attack with both of these at the Wrenn after removing the 6/6, then what I'm probably doing is blocking the Blood Tithe Harvester with the Architect. Sheoldred kills Wrenn, but no. So they end up killing the 2/2. We get to keep upticking Wrenn. That's pretty reasonable. Don't think there's any world in which I'm Rite of Harmonying on my upkeep now. Spara's headquarters, sure. Continue attempting to mill Katildas, because putting Katilda on Architect of Restoration is the best thing that ever happened to us. In fact, I do not have the mana to Rite of Harmony before Katilda. Oh well. Architect of Restoration flies, gets to continue growing every turn. And now we have 2 incredibly powerful threats that they have to remove before they can begin attacking. Meanwhile, our Wrenn continues to mill other Katildas for us, on the off chance they remove this Architect of Restoration. Even threatens to make more giant trees. Fable of the Mirrorbreaker does not seem like a card we care about. Alright, we sided in Anointed Peacekeepers. I had forgotten about that. I guess I don't need to keep upticking Wrenn now that we've already got a Katilda. So I could just downtick in this position. Let's get some information first. I'm actually going to name the Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, because if I name Graveyard Trespasser, they're almost certainly just going to discard it regardless. So, like, not much point there, I don't think. I think we just make more giant trees. Do I swing with Giant Tree? Yeah, it's probably safe to swing with Giant Tree. What's going to get banned? If I had to put money on it, I'm guessing in Standard, nothing. I think that's the most likely outcome. I think that is the correct outcome, which is why I think it is the most likely outcome. If they don't ban nothing in Standard, I guess Meathook. And if not only Meathook, then Meathook, Fable, Wedding Announcement. Not interested in drawing with Right this turn? I mean, I kind of am, but I also kind of don't need to. So yeah, I mean, I could have drawn 3. Been at 18. Probably was correct. I think Standard is the only format it could be. I think there is no reason for it to be Standard. I think Pioneer is the most likely, followed by Legacy and Pauper. Then maybe Modern? I don't know anything about Modern. But I cannot possibly imagine them having any incentive to ban something in Standard that has next to no competitive data and no major tournaments. That's the same thing. There have been no major tournaments, there is no competitive data, there's nothing that's a problem, and it's a relatively diverse metagame. And it's a week before a major qualifier weekend. Not even a week, like 5 days before. It would be a really weird, bad idea to ban anything in Standard at this timing, in my opinion. Is Teferi getting banned? No, we need Teferi unbanned. Don't think Standard's diverse? Standard's very diverse. Target opponent sacrifices an enchantment. Okay. Goodbye, Hallowed Haunting. We have a bunch of different flavors of mid-range and Standard, but again, my opinions on mid-range and Standard is that you can't fix the mid-range problem in Standard with unbans. Or you can't fix it with bans, and you can't unban Hero of Dominaria, even though that would be the answer to Standard's problems. Like, there is no way to fix Standard with bans, and I don't even particularly agree that there's a problem with Standard. A bunch of mid-range decks is pretty interesting and diverse. Let's see, since I now have to actually think about what's happening here. No, that's a lie. I don't have to think about what's happening here. We're just going to swing with these three. I was thinking if I could, like, put Katilda on a Tree Folk, if that would be strong. But it wouldn't. It would just result in being weaker to Infernal Grasp. I think we mostly just get to sit here behind this Wrenn and Seven and be super favored. There's a way to fix standard with bans. I mean, you can... I don't agree with the use of the term fix in that case. You can change standard so that standard is no longer all mid-range by banning like 6 cards. But like, why? That's a truly bizarre thing to do in a scenario where there is no reason to. We haven't had a tournament. It's been like a month. There is no data. Miss Lethal? Do we think so? I don't think so. Right? I don't... Yeah, because putting Katilda on a tree might have been close to lethal if I had swung with everything, I think. But... didn't attack with 9 power? Oh, did they just not have the capacity to block everything? Huh. Okay. I'm willing to believe that. That said, I feel like we probably have lethal here. I would like to keep this one. And then I would like to swing for 12 in the air. Whee! Yeah, the Katilda Aura being legendary is definitely a downside. It would be much, 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 much stronger if I could just jam all of them. There's already a Teferi? Yeah, but we need a good Teferi. We need to unban Hero of Dominaria so that control actually has a way to exist, which means that aggro decks have something to prey on, and control decks can actually prey on mid-range decks. Because Hero of Dominaria does the thing where it preys on mid-range decks. That's what it does. I just want Hero of Dominaria. That's the only thing I want unbanned on Monday. Even then we might get the mid-range decks just running their own heroes. Yeah, but, I mean, Hero of Dominaria is not a good deck, or is not a good card in Bant midrange, because Bant midrange is a deck that's all about tapping out, and Hero of Dominaria is not a good card unless you really get to take advantage of the uptick giving you mana at instant speed. Control needs the ETB 15 for 1 threats to not exist. I don't agree with that. I think Control needs a way to have some powerful inevitability. And admittedly, Hero of Dominaria is not the strongest source of powerful inevitability, but I do think that it is probably strong enough to justify playing a deck that just plays a bunch of counterspells, because creatures with ETB 2 for 1 are things that are not good against counterspells. I mean, part of the reason that Esper Midrange and Grixis Midrange actually have a home right now, this is the kind of hand I don't like keeping in this deck without a 2-drop, but on the play I'm willing to do it rather than mulligan. But the reason that Grixis and Esper right now have homes is because they're the best place to play counterspells that are one of the more effective things you can be doing right now. Playing against mono blue, which makes me sad because this deck doesn't have graveyard hate. Unless the meta lets you play negate main deck. And then I feel like the metagame right now lets you play negate main deck. Alright, opponent. Let's play the counter everything I do game. Like in Grixis, I was playing 4 Make Disappear, 4 Spell Pierce, or 4 Make Disappear, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Negate. And I thought that was completely fine right now. What do I most want to get countered here? Probably the Hallowed Haunting, because I can't afford to have this rotting in my hand as a super expensive card. What I really want to do is resolve Katilda at some point. Otherworldly Gaze. Okay. Does that mean we're getting Spell Pierce then? When you get rid of the creatures, make disappears a lot less fine. It's worse, but it's also not bad. Okay, cool. Tolarian Terror is not actually a card that I think I care about. So let's play the Katilda. What do you want to do about that, opponent? You got the Essence Scatter? Got the Wrenn? We are testing no Wrenn. That's very different from cutting the Wrenn. In order for the term to be we cut the Wrenn, we would need to be in a position where I think it was correct to cut the Wrenn. And I do not think we are in a position where it is correct to cut the Wrenn. We are in a position where I think it is... we are doing our due diligence and testing Prayer of Binding over Wrenn. I'm kind of interested in just not blocking here and taking a bunch of damage and hoping the opponent doesn't have bounce spells for the Katilda. Nah. Prayer of Binding is so expensive. Although I got to admit, it's not necessarily a position where the Prayer of Binding costing less mana would be good either. Or rather, if the Prayer of Binding was a Wrenn in this position, it would not be good. My mouth can't really keep up with what my brain is thinking. So I play Wedding Announcement. I guess we end up with 2 chump blockers for Terror if it resolves. So I think it's the play over Binding. Still playing around Make Disappear is the idea. But I just don't have enough mana to do 2 of anything in a particularly meaningful way here, unfortunately. Is Doggo still not good enough for the deck? No. We have a lot of good 2-drops that we're already not maxing out on, and the dog just... It doesn't do anything. A 1/1 is just pretty bad. It doesn't slow down any aggro opponent, and it doesn't accelerate you at all. Oh, that's right, Eiganjo is actually up because of the Katilda discount. Okay, so we can do 2 things at once. Aw, alright. That makes this way better. It means after we get the Spirit, I get to attack with the Katilda to gain 3 life and still have the Eiganjo up on the Aberration if that's what we desire. Mostly I don't desire to Eiganjo the Insectile Aberration, because I'm much more scared of the Djinn. Like, the Insectile Aberration I can kind of just erase with Katilda. Yeah, so I think we're just ignoring the Aberration. Katilda's interesting. Doesn't do much. Prayer of Binding would trigger Hallowed Haunting, would grow Katilda. We'll probably just play the other Katilda, which I wasn't supposed to do pre-combat because it doesn't actually grow Katilda at all. I guess if the Katilda got countered, then maybe I wouldn't swing with the Spirit Cleric as a reason to hold on to it. Love to see the opponent in mono blue flooding. Why did I not? Oh, I drew a card off Wedding Announcement. Because I attacked. Right, I forgot about that part. Oh well, I don't need more life total. Probably. Rite of Harmony, huh? I wonder, do we want to do something with that here? Probably. It's annoying that I can't quite play around Spell Pierce. What are you, Ward 2? Oh, okay. Or the opponent just doesn't have anything. Alright. Yeah, because I guess even if the opponent countered that, I kind of forgot that we were actually allowed to attack with this Katilda, so that was actually lethal that we were threatening. But yeah, I guess my opponent had nothing in hand. A little surprising, but okay. And now, against mono blue. I feel like Prayer of Binding isn't terrible, but Azusa's Many Journeys is definitely pretty bad against mono blue. Peacekeeper is definitely excellent. Destroy Evil is pretty good. So I could just cut the 2 Prayer of Bindings. I don't generally like Hallowed Haunting against mono blue because it's so expensive, but I don't really like Prayer of Binding for the same reason. I think I'd actually rather have more instant speed removal than more sorcery speed threats. That's 2-drop into 3 drops, and that is what we want to do against mono blue. Opponent has turn 1 Delver of Secrets, which is usually not a card we care about. But is a way they can win the game if they need to. They kept in Slip Out the Back, which is very confusing to me because that doesn't seem like a card that's actually good against me. But if mono blue has a way to play bad cards and still win, it is to play multiple Delver of Secrets, flip them instantly, and then protect them. That is a way you can attempt to cheese victories. It's not a reliable way to do it, and means that occasionally you will accidentally top deck Delver of Secrets, but it's an option. Yeah, there is the other aberrations flipping. Does Jukai Naturalist result in any change to this clock? Basically, we have to find Katilda and play Katilda next turn. Given that I have no way to draw additional cards in that time frame, Restoration of Eiganjo would result in thinning the deck by 1, but Anointed Peacekeeper makes it more likely that we don't get counterspelled. Destroy Evil is irrelevant here. We could hypothetically top deck one of the removal spells that cost 4 mana and hit an aberration, and in order to do that, I would need to play Restoration of Eiganjo this turn. I think it more likely that they probably have a counterspell, and my best way to fight that is by forcing them to counter Anointed Peacekeeper. I'm gonna lose to this, huh? Okay. Alright. So now we go to 1, we top deck Katilda, we block Aberration. Katilda is a 1, 2, 3. Oh, we're exactly dead because I played Peacekeeper instead of Restoration, and they played 2 Slip Out the Backs, and Katilda won't be big enough? That's painful. And Hallowed Haunting accomplishes nothing. Okay. Am I supposed to respect that in any way while making sideboarding decisions? That apparently they decided they wanted to try to be aggro rather than controlling? I mean, mostly I'm just supposed to take the 70% of games where they don't have Insectile Aberration on turn 1 and just win, if that's their choice. So I think we just chill. It's hard not to respect it because I'll multiple 5 for it. I'm willing to play the game where my opponent mulligans themselves to death and doesn't have a functional deck the majority of the time. It's sad when you lose to it, but if that's like the way to choose to play mono blue, then I will take the gamble on playing against that any number of times. Okay. Huh. Alright, well, I guess we're racing and doing something weird and cheesy too. Definitely can't mulligan more than this. Here's the turn 1 Delver of Secrets. Okay. Well, sometimes they won't flip it instantly. Mm-hmm. Alright, opponent. So how much interacting do we get to do? None here. Alright. Their deck is not always very well positioned to handle Teachings of the Kirin, because they require their graveyard to be stocked with instants and sorceries, and Teachings of the Kirin does prevent that, and them having to mill a bunch of lands doesn't help them at all. The most significant trouble is that it does occasionally result... the teachings can be too slow sometimes. Before you actually start to get exiling things from their yard. But it does not look like that is likely to be the case this time around. We're going pretty wide. And we're going pretty wide pretty fast. I like milling the lands in this spot. So if the opponent winds up... yeah, Thirst for Discovery is good. If on 4 mana the opponent winds up playing a Djinn, then we destroy Evil It, they protect it with Slip Out the Back, and we get to exile some stuff with Orochis. If my opponent does nothing, however, one must assume that is pretty good for me. What do you say, opponent? Am I allowed to attack with Kirin Touched Orochi and start exiling your precious graveyard? They say, yes, I am. Could go for Otherworldly Gaze here, but they'll just cast it in response in all likelihood. So I think we just go for the safe line. Do I stack up more counter? I think we put more counters on the Kirin Touched Orochi here, because if they do bounce it to prevent the damage, then I get to replay it. So in all likelihood, if they do bounce it, they're bouncing it at the end of turn anyway. And I'd rather them bounce the Kirin Touched Orochi as a 2/2 than a 3/3 if I put it somewhere else. Yeah, they did have the Fading Hope anyway. Okay. If you want. That's Tolarian Terror. Sure. I'm assuming they did that so that it would be cheaper to play out the Terror. Considers a hell of a drug. So if we destroy it, pay for Ward, we can't play through Spell Pierce. I think I should probably try to play through Spell Pierce. We don't draw a land, so we can't do anything other than play around Spell Pierce, so rewarded for that decision. Opponent has Spell Pierce for us to pay for. Opponent has a Make Disappear that we cannot pay for. So. One card in hand for the opponent, not representing lethal on the back swing, even if I don't have a blocker. Cards in graveyards include no creatures? Is that right? One creature, because we milled a bunch with teachings. Perfect. Okay, so we will go and exile things from their graveyard. And we will exile a creature to go wider on the attacks. Put the opponent down to 2. Oh yeah, I should have nabbed the gaze. You're right. I forgot that they didn't have the mana up to cast that here. Terror. Uh-huh. Opponent needs 5 blockers, so I don't think Terror matters very much. Oh, no. Okay, so if they have an unsummon for before attacks and bounce a Kirin Touched Orochi, but they have to do it before attacks. After attacks is too late. I don't know how they can get out of this. Oh, Swirling Mists, yeah, that is an option. I don't know how they get out of this with any of the cards we've seen so far would be a more accurate statement. So if they have Swirling Mists, they exile 3 of our attackers. Well, no, if they... Mostly they just kill us if they have Swirling Mists. I mean, I could play Katilda, block 1, and have 2 phased out lethal threats that would stop them from alpha striking for lethal. So, like, we wouldn't be dead immediately to Swirling Mists, but we would be mostly dead to Swirling Mists. Instead, they just didn't have anything. Yeah. If you want to fight mono blue, I think Hearse is probably the better way to do it out of this deck. Like, they can't really beat Hearse on 2 very easily. But I think that demonstrates why I'm not really sold on the idea of teachings as actually being quick enough graveyard hate to prevent them from doing what they're supposed to do. Mostly we have to rely on the black-red decks to hate out the mono-blue decks, because we are not super good at it. Is main deck Hearse and Overcorrection? Yeah. Mono-blue is not a significant enough part of the meta, and Hearse doesn't do anything against any of the other decks, really. Or at least it doesn't do enough to justify playing it. All right. We will take the play. If this had a Restoration of Eiganjo, I'd be pretty tempted to keep it. But Azusa's Many Journeys doesn't do much on a 2-lander. Teachings is cool, but we're pretty far off from casting every other card in our hand. You know what? Touché, deck. I did say that I would keep this if it had Restoration, and I will. There we go. All right. Now we're off to an adventure. Ooh, all right. So we're playing against Bant Midrange, which I don't actually think is like a super good matchup, especially if they're on the version that's main decking Peacekeepers, because Peacekeeper is a very, very, very good card against Rite of Harmony. Not sure what an acapella is. Well, if you're not sure, you don't have to redeem it. No. Opponent's so rude. Alright, so Rite of Harmony now costs 1 billion mana. They might be tempted to, like, name Wedding Announcement here, I guess. Yeah, I don't actually think that was correct, which is cool for me. So I could discard Katilda, get back Azusa's Many Journeys, play both my lands, play Wedding Announcement. I think that's probably what I want to do here. And then next turn, I could choose whether I want to put Katilda on something, or if we top deck a land, then I can Rite of Harmony into Teachings of the Kirin, which would be pretty strong. Alright, so we do that. So it is time to stock up on some cards. And then hope the opponent doesn't accelerate into something horrifying in the meantime. Ugh. That's a lot of nothing. I want to attack with Kirin Touch Orochi and draw a card, but the only thing I can actually mill to do that is Katilda. So actually, I can't really do anything here. Alright, well, Storm the Festival turn, here we go. That's a lot of juice. Oh boy. What about Reflection in this deck? Reflection. Remind me which card Reflection is. Reflection of Kikijiki? Is that the name of that card? Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Oh, yeah. I think Fable of the Mirror Breaker is mostly just worse than the other 3-drops you have access to, in my opinion. And so much of this deck's power comes from... So much of how different this deck's power level is comes from whether or not you play something on turn 2, that playing more tap lands, I think, just makes the deck meaningfully worse. And I think the fact that you don't really have any way to clear a path for the 2/2 attacker means you don't get to reliably make enough treasures for it to be good. The looting is fine, but you also can't use the backside very efficiently. And I don't think splashing for what ultimately amounts to like a pretty decent version of Faithless looting improves this deck, as opposed to just playing more of the good cards in your colors. I don't necessarily want to throw a Katilda on Architect of Restoration, but I kind of have to. I'm going to just lose when they play an effect that steals this Architect of Restoration, is the problem. But it's the only thing remotely big enough to actually attack through the 2 reach blockers. I should have thrown away a Spirit to draw a card here, in all likelihood. Alright, I need them to not have the ability to steal the Architect of Restoration. Nope, didn't happen. Okay, so this is a problem. This is, interestingly, a scenario where top-decking a removal spell would actually be very good, and where Wrenn would not be good, so that's worth noting. We do care about our removal spell being able to hit Grafted Identity. If they kill Katilda, we can at least pop the Rising Dawn off of that by casting the other Katilda. I do have enough mana to do all of this and still activate Katilda. That's fun. Don't think we're attacking right now. Unfortunately, putting things on the board to grow my Katilda also grows their Architect of Restoration at the moment. So that's not ideal. Shauna's eventually going to threaten to gain, well, to draw them like 30 billion cards. This too is a concern. Okay, yes. I don't think this attack was correct from them, unless they have some way to get rid of our Katilda from the graveyard, which I don't think they do. Might as well gain 1 additional life here. Problem is, I know for a fact they have Wandering Emperors, and I don't have anything with Vigilance that I can put the Katilda on. I can just have the Katilda creature hang around as a blocker, I guess. Do we have anything in the graveyard to get back with Restoration? We do not. But we can play Katilda's Rising Dawn on... I don't Probably our smallest creature. Which one do I want to keep? I want to keep this one. And now that is a tiny Architect of Restoration. For 2... I've already played my land for the turn, so if I play Restoration, I can't activate Katilda, and I think that's something that I'm supposed to be doing right now. Oh, am I willing to attack with the 12/12? No, because they've got 2 trees. Even if they don't have Wandering Emperor, it's still not a good attack. No attackaroonies. I wonder, was I supposed to wait a turn to put the Katilda on the flipped Restoration? Opponent also has Katilda. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Haunting giving stuff flying and vigilance is a pretty good deal. Opponent is at like 36 life, which is kind of a high amount of life. And eventually these trees are going to get bigger than my spirit. I probably actually should have put this on a bigger spirit. I didn't really think about that. That the trees grow faster with Elspeth and land drops. Main phase stop is reasonable. Are we almost at a point where I have to sack these Kirin in order to deny my opponent Storm the Festivals? That would not make me happy. Once more, they'd also get to trigger Architect. But yeah, nonetheless, I think we're kind of there. I guess the good news is I get to get these back with Restoration of Eiganjo. Or at least I get to get one of them back. Provided my opponent doesn't top deck Dennick. And that results in the spirit shrinking overall, which is a little concerning. And now they get to start growing things with the Katilda too, so I'm definitely falling very far behind here. They mill Dennick, which means they can't play Dennick, and that's good. Now, depending on how many times they activate Wrenn, milling them out is a potential option. And they should just name Rite of Harmony here. They make my 3-drop cost 5 mana. Okay, I'm fine with that. This now has the full suite. Oh, no. It still doesn't have vigilance. More lands. That's unfortunate. Rite of Harmony milled, but with no other tools yet. Don't really think I need more mana, but just in case. Guess I get punished for that if I draw the 4th Restoration of Eiganjo. Wandering Emperor. I think they misplayed pretty significantly by not using that on the Katilda Dawnhart while it was tapped out. Do we have an out? Kind of. We have 4 copies of Hallowed Haunting in our deck, which is to say we have 2 copies remaining that we can draw. And that gives our entire board flying and vigilance, which could get there eventually. Maybe. Opponent, at long lasts, has a tree big enough to attack. Believe we're Rite of Harmonying this turn and seeing what comes of it. Alright, wedding announcements pretty reasonable. Azusa's many journeys also pretty reasonable. Land less reasonable. Sack Architect of Restoration to draw a card. Ooh, Katilda's an interesting card. Still kind of annoying that we haven't been able to find a single Hallowed Haunting to start making infinitely large spirits with, because that was definitely the out. Somehow this is only a 2020? Really? Huh. Okay. Well, opponent continues digging. We've used up 2 of their 3 grafted identities. My general opinion of this is that game 1, I think enchantments is supposed to be favored, because it's really hard for the Bant deck to deal with Hallowed Haunting. But game 2 and 3, I think the Bant deck is supposed to be pretty favored overall. So they did successfully grow it enough that I can't make a profitable block here. Yeah, so I'm actually getting really punished for having grown the smaller spirit originally, which is interesting to note. Don't think I want to block here. Don't think they can do the last 3 points of damage to me. Jeez. Alright. Still not a lot of anything here. We have 2 Rite of Harmonies and 2 Hallowed Hauntings remaining in the deck. I would like to cycle to see if we find one of those before playing the Teachings. Katilda's basically useless. Don't like triggering my opponent's Denic, but also have nothing meaningful that I can do. Crafted Identity stabilized the opponent's board state. It didn't really, in the grand context of anything, like, change the flow of this game. What has contributed the most is that I am in a very, very tough spot because I can't give all of my creatures flying and vigilance. It would normally be slightly easier for me to make blocks on giant trees, or even just accelerate the rate that I'm drawing cards when I find Rite of Harmony. Opponent's got 19 cards left in deck, which is mostly fine. Probably gonna have to jump block the Tree Folk this turn, which is sad. Was it right to cycle before letting the Saga triggers resolve? It probably was correct to do it before the Saga triggers resolved, yeah. Yeah, I think I mostly just have to throw out a chump block at this point. Double block doesn't kill it because it's got first strike, but it does result in the Katilda doing damage and gaining 17 life, which, you know, has the potential to be meaningful. Rite of Harmony. Do we have to do that this turn? We probably have to do that this turn. Alright, 15 cards in deck, which means we're currently milling out before the opponent anyway. Opponent at 136. I'm going to describe this situation as pretty tricky. There's a Hallowed Haunting. That's a start. I might need to not go off this turn, though, in order to not deck myself. Let's see. How many lands do we have left in the deck? 3 untapped lands, so that part will be fine. We're going to draw 1 card here. Or rather, we're going to draw 2 cards here off the wedding announcement. I think I can play 1 more card this turn. By which I mean 4 more cards this turn. We're going to decline that because I actually like the idea of that Plains being in my deck. Okay. Pass the turn. No attacks into the swarm of trees. Okay. So we get to remove the giant first striking, life-linking tree. That ought to be useful. I think I'm supposed to get a huge number of these spirits next turn. As many as I can. Opponent gets a bunch of 6/6 flying angels. That's probably good. Oh, I don't have a creature with Katilda on it this turn, which means I'm probably chump blocking the tree folk with a human, which, you know, that's probably fine. I think we have enough humans to chump block one tree folk meaningfully. I'm glad you're enjoying this, Chaos Decree. Whatever this is, I'm glad that it's fun. Why wouldn't we jump with Katilda? I mean, we could. I would just, depending on what they attack with, rather throw Katilda in front of something that actually I can gain the life on the block. Maybe my life doesn't matter, I don't know. I mean, we could jump block with Katilda. I suppose there's nothing against it. I can Legend Rule a Katilda either way. Oh, hey, cool, my Bona doing nothing? Radical. I think I actually hold off on the Prayer of Binding then so that I can wait to trigger the other Hallowed Haunting. Rite of Harmony. You know what? I'm not going to be using that. I don't know what's in my graveyard, but I'm very confident that I'm discarding Rite of Harmony to get it. I mean, I guess I could discard Katilda, huh? Jukai Naturalist would be pretty useful right about now. Yeah. I guess I don't need this Katilda. How can I get through all those trees? All I need to do is attack with 140 damage that my opponent can't block. Alright, so Hallowed Haunting. Jukai Naturalist. Azusa's Mini Journeys. Katilda on Architect. Probably wait on the Prayer of Binding. Don't think I want to attack this turn. Think I'm supposed to attack next turn. I could attack with the Katilda, I suppose. That's probably not a good idea, though. I trade off with something. But I could cast another Rising Dawn. I mean, I guess I could attack with both Katilda likes. I mean, I have Prayer of Binding to make some attacks or some blocks bad. I wonder if that's actually acceptable. I would say I don't need to risk it, except I'm actually a little scared that I need to risk it because they might have another grafted identity waiting in that last pile and they've got Storm the Festival to find it. If I were to swing with everybody, how much am I likely to lose? I don't know, not like a huge amount. Whatever. I've decided I no longer want to pay attention to anything. Do I make a spirit? 3, 6, 7, 10, 8. No. I think I actually get rid of Storm the Festival because I think they can cast both of them next turn. Where are we putting this? Probably on a lifelinker. Actually, that probably doesn't matter at all. Probably on the smallest creature we've got, because it's the least likely to be blocked. The downside to the attacks with everything is the fact that my opponent has really big blockers and gets to eat a pretty good number of my creatures, which potentially results in smaller spirit clerics. Yeah, this would be interesting to play on paper, huh? All right, so ideally they set up some double blocks like this that we get to blow out with Prayer of Binding, is the hope. So currently they're relying on the fact that both of their creatures have First Strike. It's weird how you would think, like, having 40 creatures on a board would make AO's ability to put 2+2+2, or 2 counters on each of them relevant, and yet somehow that still actually isn't particularly significant somehow. So opponents got their Katilda activation, which means most of these double blocks that eat things will actually successfully eat things. Sure. I guess I could use more mana, why not? Who has priority? Oh, they have priority here. Okay. So that resolves. Then they draw a card. All right. Oh, I see. Up to. If you're in full control, it doesn't stop you from trying to untap more. All right. Prayer of Binding. Trigger. Activate Katilda. Trigger. Stop holding full control at this point. Gotta say, Prayer of Binding, currently better in this situation than Wrenn would have been. Doink, 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 doink. Down to 44? Okay. Would we be in this situation with Wrenn? Considering the time that we drew that removal spell at, yes, I think so, because Wrenn probably would have milled us out before we could have been capable of winning this game. So Katilda died, so we can replay Katilda. And we're good! Maybe! We would have found it right earlier, I guess. Didn't we find that removal spell pretty late, though? Because we also... If we had found the Prayer of Binding early on at all, we could have taken back our Architect of Restoration, which also would have been better than a Wrenn. Hi, Socks. Are you interested in all the things happening on the screen? Maybe? Or maybe you're just almost ready to get let out. Alright, and now next turn we get to attack with 9 of these spirits, which is pretty cool. We have 4 cards left in deck, of which 3 of them are enchantments. To trigger Hallowed Haunting. Storm the Festival, which can find Grafted Identity to get the Architect of Restoration, which improves their blocks dramatically. Yep. Alright, so does that, like, give them the ability to stay alive or whatever? They have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 flying blockers? Is that right? 8 flying blockers. I have, let's say they block those 8 spirit, well, 7 spirits, 1 Katilda. Gets through for 30, a lot, gains 20, 50 something. 1 lifelink, you have lifelink, you don't have lifelink. Hard to say. Oh, we had lands too? Oh, the deck tracker's just totally wrong. It doesn't know what cards are still in our deck. Cool. Okay, well... I guess we're going in then. Two Kirin touched Orochis I would like to use to make creatures. Because that pumps all of these spirit tokens. And then you know what? We're going to activate that. And unfortunately, this Rite of Harmony is going to stop me from yielding, because I really want to run to the bathroom while my opponent figures out their blocks. Oh, I think blocking this Katilda is super wrong. They do not want to kill the Katilda. Killing the Katilda lets me remove the flying and lifelink from their architect. They want to make a chump block on the Katilda. Shift enter, it really auto-skips? Really? Okay, well. Unfortunately, I can't do that, because if they kill the Katilda, I actually need to cast the Katilda. Alright, what does this equate to? Oh, they went up to 2 Galagreeters. I wonder what they cut for that. This is the first I've noticed. Doink, 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 doink. Oh, alright. Negative 65. Simpler than I was expecting. Alright, be right back. Okay, what do we do here? I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Cut Prayer of Binding and a Katilda and a Mini Journeys. Play Wrenn. Pile of Disdainful Strokes. Cut 2. Cut 3. Call that good, maybe? Oh, what? That was probably extremely wrong. I'm curious what just happened there. Cut 2, 3. What did I not board? Huh. I'm curious if I just boarded up to 30 lands, maybe? Yeah, alright. This looks fine. We don't do anything until turn 4, and I'm fine with that. Never mind. Turn 2 Katilda, turn 3 Hallowed Haunting is fine. So how many lands? I've drawn 4. 26? Yeah, we're at 26 lands, so I did that correctly. Did I board too many basics out and then boarded them back in at the last second? Is that maybe what happened? Peacekeeper here probably has to name Hallowed Haunting unless they have Destroy Evil in hand. In which case, I guess I just get to play Wedding Announcement. And this still gives us Hallowed Haunting next turn? They wouldn't have boarded in Disdainful Strokes against the deck that only plays like 4 4-drops, would they? Surely not. But it looks like Destroy Evil in all likelihood. You know what? I'm not like super offended by that because I'm still doing the Wedding Announcement Katilda thing in the meantime. Could I have played Azusa into Wedding last turn? I could have. I chose not to explicitly because I figured that I was going to be able to cast Hallowed Haunting this turn regardless. And in that case, I wanted Azusa in hand to trigger Hallowed Haunting. So we go Rite of Harmony, Restoration, I guess. And then play Katilda. Oh, yes, and then play Katilda. Because once again, I kind of want to hold on to the Hallowed Haunting, or I want to hold on to the Azusa's Many Journeys to trigger the Hallowed Haunting. What have we got in our graveyard? Anything fun? Not really. Elspeth probably gives AO first strike here, which would be inconvenient. No, gives it to Peacekeeper. Well, opponent, I'm just going to trade off with the AO then. Might have boarded out more plains than intended. The intention was to board out 2 plains and 3 forests. Given that I have apparently 3 plains in the deck, I'm going to go with yeah. We probably boarded out more plains than I was supposed to. Oops. So I could write and get back journeys. I don't think I want to do that because I believe I want to play the journeys after the Hallowed Haunting. I don't think I'm sacking anything here just to do damage to the Elspeth. Lose the Katilda, deal 4 to the Elspeth, kill the Greeters. Not something I want to do. Shigeki isn't bad. It's just kind of slow. Like, you win the late game pretty good with this deck already. So I kind of just feel like you don't really need something that's sort of slow. Why did AO become popular? Because it's a flying blocker that's very good against Destroy Evil. And also attacks and doesn't get answered by Elspeth. So as decks cut in exile-based removal in order to play more mana-efficient removal in Esper mirrors, AO becomes very good in those same mirrors. Yeah, Wandering Emperor doesn't exile AO because of Vigilance. If that wasn't what I said. Alright, well, let's play Rite of Harmony and let's draw a bunch of cards and hope that somehow that results in the opponent not being able to kill us. Actually, that might result in the opponent being able to kill us, so we might not be able to do that. Shoot, do I have to Katilda here? I think I do. So I can play 3 enchantments. I guess I can start with Mini Journeys. See if that draws into a Jukai Naturalist. If it drew into a Jukai Naturalist, maybe we wouldn't have to play Katilda, because they can just jump a Peacekeeper here and do 9 in the air. So I kind of need the lifelink. And playing 2 enchantments doesn't give my board flying. Alright, well, I'm just going to have to be dead to a removal spell. Have you tried Fall of Kondo in the board? It's very good against AO and Shieldred. I kind of think that, like, Destroy Evil or instant speed removal spells probably slightly better. Like, if Fall of Kondo cost 2 mana, I'd be interested in it, but I don't think that... It doesn't really provide enough value, I don't think, to be worth the fact that it requires you to play it at sorcery speed and is super inflexible in terms of what it hits. Because it's a very big deal that it doesn't hit Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, which is often the card that you need to remove out of those decks if they're not Esper. And if they're Esper, then it doesn't hit Rafine, which is usually the card you most care about killing, not Shieldred or AO. What a Rex Grafted Identity. I don't think Grafted Identity is a card we're supposed to care about very much. It does work versus Grafted Identity, yeah, because it just creates a new control granting effect with a new timestamp to all cards, which overwrites the Grafted Identity timestamp. You know it's a fun day at Rules House when the word timestamp starts getting thrown around. Everything's fun when people are talking about timestamps. I'm going to assume the fact that they're like timing out here is probably a good sign that they do not have an answer to this Architect of Restoration, which was the condition that made us just lose instantly on the spot. What's going on with timestamps? Oh, talking about Lord Kondo's fall and how it interacts with Grafted Identity. All right, well, I mean, if the opponent's just going to sit here and not do anything, we're going to have some fun in the meantime. I'm not even going to get punished for the fact that I accidentally sideboarded out all my planes. How wonderful. I think timestamps in some ways are actually worse than layers, but that might just be personal headaches talking. This has flying, so we can't attack with anything that's smaller than a... Oh, I am punished for not having the planes. Bummer. So I can't attack with anything smaller than a 5/5 anyway. I'm not going to deck, am I? I don't think so. I think we're good. Probably. Green... Teachings. I should probably hold up Disdainful Stroke. That's probably the mature thing to do in this spot, and not just keep playing more Teachings of the Kirin forever. I hate being responsible. Oh, also, I guess this is lethal, so maybe I could have just kept going. Oh well. I missed the part where we could have lethal. I like the part where we have lethal. Don't even have to worry about the game coming down to one of us clocking out. The opponent disconnected on their turn too, so I kind of think that they might have just lost connection. I have actually had the same thing, or what I suspect happened to them. I've had the same thing happen to me like twice yesterday, which is my client crashed, but it didn't actually like visibly crash where the screen goes gray or anything. It just stopped updating. And it wasn't until I tried to close the program that it actually became obvious that it had crashed. Which was super cool, because it turned out I had lost 2 turns and lost a 1 game. As a result. Twice. Ooh, I lost the match where I was fighting to make it into Mythic because of that, actually. It's like almost enough to induce Salt. I don't know if it's related to the internet dropping for a moment, but I have historically not had that happen a ton, and it feels like since the most recent update I have had it happen frequently, like multiple times a day. Which may or may not have something to do with one another. What about Shigeki from Hallowed Haunting? See, there are a lot of cards in this deck that are really close to making it. The question ultimately becomes, yeah, Shigeki's not bad. It does cool things this deck wants. What do you cut? Everything in this deck does cool things the deck wants. And the first reaction I know a lot of people have is, well, let's cut the Azusa's Mini Journeys, which is tough because I think that's actually the best card in the deck. I don't want to cut Azusa's Mini Journeys. Alright, opponent. Coward check. Opponent not a coward confirmed. Now, the rough part about this deck versus Modern Esper is Modern Esper tends to play like 4 Destroy Evils, which makes me not super excited with this deck right now. Azusa's is the best card? Oh yeah. If you can get Azusa's on turn 2, or when you're comboing off, it's frequently the card that gives you the most resources you actually care about the most rapidly. How do we do this? Shieldred's going to be annoying. If the opponent winds up having Destroy Evil for a Hallowed Haunting, we're kind of in trouble no matter what. I could play Jukai Naturalist into Hallowed Haunting, which gives us 2 spirits this turn. That's probably the best I can get. I don't think I'm supposed to be greedy and play it slower by playing the Hallowed Haunting first. Yeah. Okay, I like them putting counters on Shieldred. Because I can chump block Shieldred. And I can't chump block Rafine. Which makes my life a little easier here. Do I chump block with Jukai Naturalist? Jadar. Huh. Chump blocking with Jukai Naturalist gains life even if they play a blocker. It also results in us having more spirits, which I think is important. And I don't actually need the cost reduction here, unless we draw another enchantment, in which case the cost reduction would be cool. But, oh well. Oh, sure. Oh. Shoot. Teachings was one of them cards what punished us for not blocking with a spirit. Oh well. Play big Katilda. Play a wedding announcement. Trigger Hallowed Hauntings. Do we get aggro with spirits? We probably get aggro with spirits, right? What's the worst that could happen if they trigger AO? I don't know. I kind of want to draw the card here rather than make a 1-1. Dig my opponent not blocking. In case we're playing Leyline Binding. So hypothetically, there's times where Leyline Binding costs 3 mana, but there's also times where it costs... Ooh, that's scary. More mana? And the times where it costs more mana tend to make me think that it's overall weaker than Prayer of Binding, but I also am increasingly of the opinion that I just don't like Prayer of Binding anyway. 10 damage coming in the air. Do we double block Shieldred? So opponent is definitely on a Legends deck. Yeah. Only removal is Urtai. Interesting. Alright. Well, in that case, I think we rely on our Katilda. And just kill the Shieldred so they don't have inevitability on us. I was going to say, the problem is if they play another Shieldred. Because now I have to sack my Naturalist, which is annoying. Alright, Naturalist. Get in there, champ. Put us to 4. So, yeah, if they have Urtai to kill Katilda, we die. Okay. We die. Yeah? Dang. The Otawara. Absolutely blowing us out. Interesting thing to note. I mean, I gotta wonder. This deck is, like, non-functional if it doesn't find Rafine on 3, right? Like, even more so than regular Esper? You're not guaranteed to have one of each by turn 4. You can have, like... You have a lot of hands that will be, like, Overgrown Farmland and a bunch of plains specifically because of Restoration of Eiganjo. And you just never end up with a forest. It doesn't happen a ton, but it does happen. Thali on 2 and Adeline on 3 is a good start for them. I mean, I think I care about Adeline a lot less in this deck than in most decks. But I suppose from their perspective, that's still fine. So we can cut Prayer of Binding for Destroy Evil. Probably you're supposed to want Wrenn here. If I was going to cut something for Wrenn, what would it be? Maybe we change out, bring the Journeys back in, take out a Katilda on the draw? No, because they're not playing removal, so Katilda's always good against them. It's only really cut down that Katilda's scary against, or Meathook Massacre. This is weird, but okay. That's a lot of cards that I wish hadn't been milled. Sadness. I guess I could have attacked with the Spirit here. No, not if they have Rafine, that's fair. Yeah, Rafine on 3. That's the tough part. Yeah, 2 Rafines. Now you're just mocking me, opponent. Alright, well, that's awkward, but at least it's a spell that we can actually cast. Do we attack with Jukai Naturalist? Yes. Because to them this kind of looks like I'm... Oh yeah, this is so good, and they discarded the Rafine earlier. Oh, wait. Full control. Damage. Then, after we gained our 2 life, we get to kill the Rafine while the Plaza of Harmony is down. Alright, opponent. Did you draw 3 Rafines? No, they did not. You do like to see it. Alright. Do I wait on down-ticking this Wrenn in order to get a better Rite of Harmony turn? I think the answer to that's probably no, because having blockers is cool. So if they were to swing everything at Wrenn, I still have fairly decent chump blocks because Rite of Harmony doesn't have Menace. In fact, I could double block the Rite of Harmony, put the Kirin on the Jadar if they blow up the 5/5. I guess that results in them getting a 2/2 Jadar, which might not be good for me. How do I like the deck so far? This green white one? Oh, it's enjoyable. I'm digging it. I think the main problem and the reason that I kind of moved away from it in Debant is that it's not super well positioned against the Esper decks that are main decking 4 copies of Destroy Evil. Sadly. Wrenn upticks, finds some land, mills a card in a way that is at least a little useful. Could play Rite of Harmony, play Azusa, attack with Kirin, touch to Orochi, make a 1/1. Net draw 2 cards that way. But then we're not even doing the Spara's headquarters thing. Opponent's pretty likely to attack with the AO, get the Rite of Harmony token off of the AO. That's an annoyance. But unlikely to actually kill the Wrenn, which sets us up for like double Rite of Harmony next turn. Probably still worth doing all of this. Especially because with Jukai Naturalist in play and the extra land drop, we've got a lot of chances at drawing an enchantment that we can immediately play. Well, Katilda draws a card and is a mana dork, so that's still cool. And this grows the Tree Folk. I don't think there's anything that's likely to put 1 counter on the AO. I guess they could have Wandering Emperor, technically. What do we think tomorrow's bans are? Probably a format I don't play. Oh, nope, there's the Timely Otawara again. Rough. I expect no bans in Standard. I think that would be very silly. There's no reason for there to be any bans in Standard. Here's a Rafine. The legendary lands sure are brutal in their deck. And they can play Rafine, too. Yeah, that's going to be hard. I'm not very sold on our capacity to win here. We lose Wrenn. They're going to have to put all these counters on Rada Drobic, which is probably why they're attacking with everything here to begin with. They want to get the maximum number of possible counters on Rada Drobic. Why do I only play Standard? Because it's the next upcoming competitive format. I usually just play whatever I'm practicing for the next event. I try not to spend very much time playing events on MTGO because the viewership with the client tends to be dramatically lower. But I'm sure that I'll probably start experimenting with Pioneer here at some point in the next month. Alright, no Wrenn. Now what do we do? Sheesh. No way to trigger Rite of Harmony. What happens if we activate Katilda? We gain more life with Jukai Naturalist is appealing. Depending on how the opponent swings, we're taking 6 damage in the air. Probably plus 5 is only 11, so we're not dead. Chump block. Eat. Yeah, so it's pretty important, actually, that I represent the Katilda ability and don't cycle this other headquarters here. Playing this deck in the tourney? Probably not. I'm more likely to play Bant. I think this deck is too weak against the versions of Esper that play 4 Destroy Evils for me to like feel super strongly that it's the right choice to play. Interesting. Doesn't want the Jadar killed by the Jukai Naturalist. Okay. Do I prefer one client over the other? I prefer Arena dramatically. Mostly as a streamer, because it presents the information better and actually hooks into overlays, but also as a player, it's much faster to play a match, which makes it better for testing in my experience. Okay, if you say so, opponent. Oh, I should have actually cycled to Spara's headquarters, given they did that. This counter on Katilda doesn't matter at all compared to that. Do I play paper much these days? Nope. Haven't played much paper in the last 2 years. And of that, I think I really have only played, like, random limited tournaments. We're not really super capable of having anything good happen here. With no resources, things are gonna be tough. More lands is not helpful. Katilda's not terrible, it's just mostly not very good is all. Okay. That is a way to lose. Don't draw 3 times as many lands as your opponents. I mean, to be fair, I don't think there was much we could draw that was meaningful there, but still. Yeah, MTGO on Twitch is basically unwatchable. I am inclined to agree. Which is unfortunate. I'm actually really surprised that there has been no any kind of extension developed that can read MTGO and put an overlay onto the screen. And I kind of understand that, like, It's way simpler on Arena since you can just hook into the interface directly, but it's definitely sad. Alright, let's see. What do we do here? I think I actually get rid of the mini journeys after mulliganing, because Jukai Naturalist into multiple teachings is kind of just as good. Oh, Restoration of Eiganjo is amazing. Yeah, you can't hook into MTGO directly. You could rig up something that did it in a way that was a little more roundabout, but nobody has. Because I assume that would be such a pain that you'd probably want to be paid to do it. Please don't play Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Okay, cool. I don't care about Tenacious Underdog. Fable of the Mirror Breaker is the kind of acceleration that we're really incapable of dealing with in this deck. Especially on the draw. We just have, like, nothing we can play that actually blocks the token. Ooh. La la. So opponent's playing Grixis, which does mean they could hypothetically be playing Spell Pierce. They're also playing Bankbuster, which makes it more likely that they're playing Spell Pierce, and it would be really sad to get this Hallowed Haunting Spell Pierced. So I'm not going to play the Hallowed Haunting. They elect not to Spell Pierce the Restoration. Interesting. They had a pause, though. Which is also interesting, because if they had a Cut Down or a Voltage Surge, they would have killed the Jukai Naturalist. So what does that pause mean, then? Alright. Milled 3 lands, functionally. We're mostly fine with that. What are you pausing here, opponent? At this point, there's nothing it could be that other than them having held full control. Really. Or they just chose not to Spell Pierce these 2 cards, which largely would be a mistake, I think. Unfortunately, we didn't mill anything interesting with Teachings of the Kirin. Opponent also didn't attack with Bankbuster, and also didn't play anything. Oh, Rona's Vortex was what they held up, but for whatever reason, they also didn't bounce the Jukai Naturalist last turn? Weird. Do I want to discard a land to get back Azusa's Many Journeys in this position? I don't think so. Well, I mean, actually, maybe I do. Because I'm going to play Restoration of Eiganjo next turn. And starting the mini journeys towards flipping is probably more important than having a land. We will play the Hallowed Haunting because the opponent no longer is representing Spell Pierce. And then the Teachings because triggering Hallowed Haunting is fun, and getting more spirits is fun, and milling Rite of Harmony is fun. No? Alright, digging towards Rite of Harmony is fun. No attacking with the Naturalist into the Bankbuster. Just wanted to come say hi and GG, just played you with Esper Legends. Hey! Good games! I was very sad both games to go. To be thinking, alright. There's not a lot of removal here, so we should be fine. Only to, I think, basically lose both of those games to Otawara. I was sad. Otawara is very good. Very, very good. Especially in that Legends list. Actually, does it run more than one copy of Otawara? I'm curious, because that actually would make sense to me now that I'm thinking about it. I don't think I want to trade anything off here. Not when my creatures are all about to gain flying anyway. Do we do anything fun here? No, not really. We just put counters on Jukai Naturalist because it's got lifelink. just going to transform, and then we're going to give the entire board state flying. Oh, I guess getting back the Azusa's Mini Journeys actually also helped the Hallowed Haunting turn on, which was not irrelevant. We're going to hold on to this plane so that we can get back Jukai Naturalist. Or better yet, if the opponent attacks, maybe we chump block with Kirin Touch to Rochi to get that back. Do some milling. Okay, well, I sure am sitting here doing a really linear thing. Opponent only discards one card? Is that right? So what, you got Meat Hook opponent? Meat Hook for 4, wipe the board? I mean, even if they Meat Hook for 4 and wipe the board, I guess in that spot, then they have Reckoner Bankbuster. Kill the tiny... Okay, so they're not Meat Hooking. I was going to say, you could Blood Tithe the Architect and then only have to Meat Hook for 3. Okay. Opponent, I believe this still leaves you dead on board. So I don't think that works out. I would like to discard a plains and turn it into an enchantment. Then we will grab this here Jukai Naturalist and give everything flying and vigilance. Then we're gonna go and attack my opponent's face. Which, I have not done the exact math on this, but I think that's probably lethal. Alright. We said we aren't allowed to cut removal for the sake of experimenting, and this isn't Esper, so I can't really bring in Destroy Evil. Which I guess means on the draw here I probably want to cut a Katilda and bring in a Wrenn? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, no, I also said that I wanted to bring in the 3 copies of Peacekeeper against Fable decks on the draw. Yeah. Yeah, I should have done that. Oh, well. I'm still not entirely certain whether that's actually correct or if that's overcorrecting. What am I supposed to cut to do that? I mean, realistically, the removal is the answer to that question. I feel like I have gotten to the point where I am conclusively willing to say I do not want to play removal in this deck. I gave it a try. It felt wrong and bad, and like it made the deck worse. I feel like I can conclusively say that now, having done the research. I think that's the result. I'm going to look for more lands than this. Well, I don't like our odds here on the draw, folks. But if we draw like a Jukai Naturalist and then a land, I'd be happy. Well, I guess a land sort of works. Don't play Fable of the Mirrorbreaker, though? Okay, no Fable of the Mirrorbreaker, though. That's a start. So they probably have a counterspell. Given that, which of these two would I like to lose? I mean, I think I'd just have to play Wedding Announcement. I have no 2-drop to discard to Restoration of Eiganjo, which makes it pretty weak. Okay. That actually resolved, and then the opponent didn't do anything, so that's cool. I've got 2 Katildas, so I think I can afford to take this damage, even if they Shieldred me here. Alright, that Prayer of Binding isn't completely embarrassing. Probably could be better, but could be worse. So they're afraid of Wandering Emperor? I guess? Is the only explanation I can come up with for why they didn't attack with the Shieldred for free? Jukai Naturalist is a very good draw. I'm excited to get to put that into play for free. So I could play Katilda here, but we've also demonstrated having no... We put no creatures into play that the opponent actually cares about killing, which makes me think it's pretty likely this Katilda dies, which makes me think I'd rather Prayer of Binding the Shieldred. Would I be happier if this Prayer of Binding was a Wrenn right now? I think maybe not. I think this might be one of the first times where I'm actually happy this Prayer of Binding is a Prayer of Binding. Infernal Grasp. Yeah, I think we have to do this now to play around Make Disappear, or at least to make Disappear worse for them. But they just don't have it. Okay, no interaction. Cool. That's a good start. More Shieldreds is awkward, but this is why the Katildas. And also why we didn't play the Katilda last turn was the Infernal Grasp. Rite of Harmony. Oh, yeah. Probably shouldn't do that into the second Shieldred. I suppose this is the other flaw with removing the Shieldred, is you actually enable them to have more copies of Shieldred. Whereas if you just ignore Shieldred, every other copy of Shieldred in their hand is dead. I too am kind of confused by the not attacking with the Shieldred, given they had a second Shieldred. But I'm generally confused about not attacking with the Shieldred no matter what. So they found something that wasn't one of two lands. Does this kill the Katilda immediately? Okay. We get to play Teachings, which further pumps the Katilda. Mills, nothing particularly relevant. Swing with Katilda. Opponent has no interaction for Katilda. Fascinating. Alright. I believe we just chill then. More lands, says the opponent. Urtai kills Katilda. Or maybe kills Architect? I mean, Katilda just lets us put the Katilda on Architect. Oh, that's cute. I lose life because of this? Sure. You gonna attack into the Architect opponent? No? Okay. So that kind of has to mean that they have more removal spells, right? You wouldn't just do that and give me the Katilda's Rising Dawn if you didn't have the removal spell, right? Right? No? Okay. I put the counter on the 3/3 specifically so that when I did this, I could still double block the Shieldred. Or block Corpse Appraiser or Urtai to make their attacks bad. To buy me enough time to play the other Katilda plus Teachings, but I guess they just didn't have the removal. Yeah, I gotta say, Katilda's just such a better answer to Shieldred than removal spells are. Like, it doesn't even feel particularly close, you know? Gosh, I was really hoping that my neck would stop hurting over the course of this stream, and that has not really succeeded. All right. So in summary, I am now willing to conclude that I feel like Prayer of Binding is most, and removal spells in general, because I still think that Prayer of Binding was the best removal spell choice, is worse than Wrenn and Seven. There are games that it wins that Wrenn and Seven can't, but there are certainly a lot more games more frequently where I wish I had had Wrenn and Seven to make a giant creature and then start milling Katildas more than removal. Do we use the blue mana for something? Yeah, Disdainful Strokes. Mostly useful against decks that play Farewell, which is a tough card for us to beat otherwise. Why is Prayer better than Leyline Binding, sometimes costing 3? Because sometimes Leyline Binding costs 5, and it's more often than you'd think if you don't draw one of these 13 lands. Basically, half of your mana base makes Leyline Binding cost 4, and you tend to draw this proportion of the deck more often because of Restoration of Eiganjo. Like, yeah, plenty of times it'll cost 4. Sometimes it'll cost 3. But the parts where it costs 5 hurts, and gaining 2 life is actually pretty nice. And I generally think gaining 2 life is better than it costing less with Spara's headquarters in play. But I'm not completely sold on that. It's just, I suspect that's the case. It could be Destroy Evil. It's much more mana efficient, but we were also concerned about how often the deck dies to drawing Rite of Harmony and nothing to trigger Hallowed Haunting with. Like, the fact that we're even playing Katilda, both Katildas, alongside Wrenn and Seven, is, like, kind of a lot of non-synergy with Hallowed Haunting. And if you just are sitting there with Rite of Harmony and a bunch of these cards in hand, it can be pretty awkward. So enchantment removal, hypothetically, was supposed to fix that problem. In practice, it doesn't, because all the playable enchantment removal costs too much mana to combo well with Rite of Harmony. We ran into some scenarios late game where we had enough mana that it didn't matter, and Rite of Harmony plus the enchantment removal spells were good, but this just doesn't... This feels like a deck that is like... What's the right way to put this? Conceptually, this deck is kind of weird and hard to describe because it has the capacity to build an engine of advantage that scales well into the late game, as evidenced by the game we won against the Bant mid-range deck on, like, turn 30. Like, this deck can do that and build up a lot of advantage over time. But mostly what it does that wins the majority of the games is building a hyper-accelerated start with a lot of advantage rapidly and doing the exponential growth thing. And the problem with playing cards that don't work with that exponential growth strategy, and removal is kind of one of those things, even when you're playing removal that's enchantment-based, that still doesn't make Hallowed Haunting and Rite of Harmony embarrassed, is that you still just have a higher percentage of draws that don't do the super explosive shotgun start. And I think that if this deck has a niche, it is leaning into that super explosive shotgun start. Because I think, especially in a world where Esper is starting to main deck 4 copies of Destroy Evil, your engine's going to get messed with too much too often if you let them have time to do their thing. And although answering Rafine was something that I was really interested in, more so than answering Shieldred, actually. I think this deck can just ignore Shieldred pretty effectively. Rafine is the card that is hard to ignore because the filtration and inevitability it provides oftentimes just answers all of your stuff too frequently. But yeah, like, if this deck is getting its things answered and it's not building up the correct synergy pieces to make Rite of Harmony go insane, to draw lots of cards, to make lots of mana, where each of those pieces is like a feedback loop that requires the others and rewards the others, but requires them as well. You just fall apart, and the removal is fine when it's killing Rafine on curve, but it's still expensive to kill Rafine on curve. And so much of the time, it's better to just, I guess, this is a disappointing way to put it, because I think myself to an extent, but also a lot of other players, feel like they want to always have the capacity to have tools to answer their opponent's stuff and to feel like the better player inside because you actively predicted what they were capable of doing and had the response. And in a similar way to how control players can have instant speeditis, where the overwhelming need to play things at instant speed, to wait as long as possible to do them, actually prevents you from doing the simple thing that is the more correct choice, like playing your spell at sorcery speed while they're tapped out, or something similar. I think this deck is a similar sort of situation, where don't have a response to what your opponent's doing, do your thing harder, and make them have the answer to your stuff more often and sooner. Because you will win more games if they just don't have the answer than if you try to get cute and have the answer and sometimes make your deck fall apart because it doesn't have the right mixture of tools. That's my thought. I don't know if that's... I mean, it's certainly not always the case, and I'm not 100% confident it's the case with this deck. Maybe main deck Destroy Evil isn't the anti-synergy concern that I think it is. Maybe the deck should just be playing Destroy Evil instead of Katilda, and then should also be playing Wrenn and Wedding Announcement. Have fewer 2-drops, don't be worried as much about acceleration. But I suspect that's probably wrong. I suspect this deck is probably supposed to be all about being as fast as possible, and that'll win you the largest amount of games. And I don't really know how to fix the problem against Esper and Rafine and 4 main deck copies of Destroy Evil. But against everything except that, this deck is radical. I think that's where I'm at.